Okay, I call to order the Rolesville Board of Commissioners workshop session Tuesday, March the 30th, 2021. Welcome everybody here in Chambers. Appreciate you guys getting out a little bit early. We're starting at 6 tonight, so appreciate you guys getting here early and so we can get the workshop going tonight. Anybody watching us live stream, thank you for taking time to keep up with your civic affairs here, and appreciate you watching us tonight as we talk about really the future when we're talking about the budget and what we'll use the resources on coming up in 2021, 2022. So thanks everybody for that. And with that, I'll turn it over to the staff. Kelly, you want to kick it off then?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and Town Board. Tonight's intention is a work session, very informal, so continue doing what you're doing and be prepared to answer any questions you have throughout the night. As I was thinking about tonight, I just remember 1 year ago, I don't think we held any meetings in April based on the pandemic. And I started thinking about how difficult that year was, that we weren't even present in this building. We were remodeling. And it just felt like that budget last year was pretty difficult and a little disjointed, and we all got through it. But this year's a different story, I think. I think there's a new light. There's a reason to be optimistic. And I think there are great challenges ahead of us. But the good news is they're positive challenges. I'd rather have these type of challenges than what we faced last year. So I think tonight's the start, as the mayor said, of your opportunity to learn more about what we do as a town, continue to learn more about it. Per your request, we brought in department heads to continue that dialogue tonight. They, along with Amy, really are the ones who did all the work on tonight and will continue to do all the work on the budget. I hope you find this informative. We anticipate it's going to go 3 hours or so. Really, it's up to you how long you want to go. But we're here. We're going to provide good information. And so this is your turn tonight. And in about 3 weeks, we'll deliver a recommended budget. But really, we want to get some input from you and also just some feedback and reaction. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Amy.
Good evening, Mayor, Town Commissioners. Good to see everyone this evening. As Kelly said, please continue eating. This is an informal session. Do want to warn you, I mentioned to Kelly a few weeks ago, I said, I think we have enough content to fill an entire day. But I think we boiled it down to the essential pieces. So we do plan to get you out within a reasonable period of time tonight. Thank you. All right, so just we're going to start with a quick review of our agenda. This was in your agenda that was mailed out ahead of time, but we're going to start with just setting the scene and the context for our budget conversation. Move into revenues, dealing a little bit with that schedule of fees that was in your packet. Then move into the capital program, and then finally end with our operating budget. At the end, you'll have an opportunity to finish off if there was anything we missed throughout this conversation or any last-minute items you want to bring up. There'll be an opportunity for that. So let's start and move right into our budget context.
And Amy, may I ask a question? Mm-hmm. Sorry for the interruption. Would you like to hand those out?
Oh, yes, thank you.
You're right.
Appreciate that.
No problem. I'll do it.
Oh, yes, that'd be great. Thank you. We do have copies of the slides for you, so if you want to take notes as we go along. But like reading a novel, don't go to the end and read the last chapter.
Stay with us.
Stay with us. So we're going to start off and talk about the context of this budget. So like Kelly mentioned, last year I was going through the slides and I came across one that said, it had a big question mark and it said economic uncertainty. So if there was a theme with that budget, I would say that's what it was. This year, I would say the theme is preparing for growth. Over the last 24 months, this board has authorized about 2,500 new residential units in town for potential development. If you take the average number of people per household and you multiply that out, we're looking at 6,500 more people by the time those developments are built out. So almost doubling the town's growth as those developments build and folks move into them. You've got the Main Street Vision Plan. It has a streetscape component in the middle with a catalyst, multi-use type site at either end. That's not just a dream, that's a reality. We have plans in progress for all three of those components. It's underway. We've been having conversations recently about a unification with the rural fire department, which would bring people and assets under the town's umbrella. This organization is beginning to reach some thresholds in terms of population and in terms of the number of employees that brings additional oversight and some regulatory requirements. As I've heard the town manager say many times to staff, get ready. Get ready. So that's our theme, and that's what we've been talking about throughout this pandemic as a leadership team is what do we need to do now to get ready for what's coming? What do we need in terms of facilities? What do we need in terms of equipment, technology, staff? And our challenge is to do all of this in keeping with our mission that was in your strategic plan, which is to provide the highest quality of service in an efficient, cost-effective, and courteous manner that focuses on a safe, livable, and sustainable community. So some of the key takeaways tonight. So if you're watching from home and you fall asleep through the part of this session, you'll already know what we're trying to get out of it. Number one, the town's capital budget needs to have a long-term strategy. Part of that theme we were just talking about, preparing for growth. Secondly, as you'll see my colleagues come up here and talk about what's in their budget and what they're doing in their departments, it reflects your strategic plan, it reflects our recent organizational study. And then finally, we're still evaluating the impact of the pandemic on the town's financial situation. While it was not catastrophic, I'm not going to stand here tonight and ring any loud alarm bells. It did have an impact. We did lose revenue. We did delay and defer expenditures and projects. So we need to figure out what that looks like and where we need to go from there. All right, it's always good, I refer to that strategic plan, it's always good to stop and center ourselves on that and think for a moment, and what has happened here?
Yep.
There we go. So let's just take a minute and let's read the vision together to remember why we're all here and where we're trying to go. Genuine community thrives in Rolesville as we seek to build a place that's focused on walkability, with connections to parks, greenways, and gathering spaces. And we do that through 4 elements: community connection, planned investment, mindful growth, and organizational excellence. One of the things we're starting to do on staff is to start drawing some lines between some things. Part of that organizational study mentioned a performance management system. We're not quite ready to go and fully implement something like that, but we are starting to take some steps in that direction and to make sure that all of these things work in concert together. Our data collection should be supporting our strategic plan. Data collection should be supporting decision-making and in alignment with strategic plan. Our coaching should be supported by data and in alignment with the plan. All of these things should be working together in harmony, and we're beginning to draw those lines as a staff. It will take time, it's culture change, and that always takes good, long, persistent effort, but we are moving in that direction. All right, so now we move on to the next section, which is revenues. Oh, and as you'll see here, as we go through the presentation, we do try to use these green circles to show you how we're relating things to that strategic plan.
I love that.
All right, so first we want to talk about is the property tax. Remember, this is your #1 largest source of revenue. It's 58% of your general fund. I do have already received the first estimate of valuation from Wake County. They usually do two. They'll do one early in the year, and then they'll revise it a little later in the process. Usually not a lot of change, but we have that. I believe it was $1.36 trillion is the property valuation for Rolesville.
1.3 trillion, you said?
About 1.36, 1.37, somewhere around there. It was a 6.7% increase over last year's valuation. So right now, as we're working through the budget, we are doing so with the intention of looking at seeing what we can do with keeping the tax rate steady at the current 46 cents. Based on that valuation and that number of pennies, each penny brings in $135,000 for next fiscal year. Any questions on property tax? Oh gosh, this is not gonna. Okay, all right, so we'll move on to sales tax, which is your second largest source of revenue. It's about 15% of your general fund revenues. It is a highly economic dependent revenue. Depends on what's going on in the economy, which is why we were so concerned about it last year. Now, as you can see, the green line is what's projected for next year, and the dark one right underneath of it is what we're projecting out for this year. Now, we have not seen the March, April, May, June numbers. Those are estimates. For next year's budget, currently, we're working with the concept of a 4% increase over last year. The reason for that is that economic behavior is very dependent on human behavior. And human behavior was very different last year, where people may have spent their dollars in online shopping rather than going out of town and on vacation. That could impact how our revenues were. So it's a little bit of a question mark when we're looking at dealing with last year's number as our base to project the next year. We're still waiting. The North Carolina League of Municipalities puts out a revenue projection manual every year to help all the member cities. And we're waiting to see that and see what they're projecting. But at this point, we're trying to be very conservative with that 4% increase.
That's 4% of the 6 cents. You say 4%
Tax rate.
tax rate.
Of the
sales.
local option sales tax.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry. Okay. I understand what you're saying now.
Yep. All right. So that's your two largest sources. Now, this year, we have a little bit of a new wrinkle. We may have some new funds coming our way. You heard about the American Rescue Plan Act. Has some funding in here for direct checks to local governments and states. But there is over $19 billion that's going directly to municipalities that are under 50,000 residents. Okay, so that Rolesville's in that pot of money, over $19 billion. As we've been told, because Kelly and I are still learning about this and what's involved with it, but we've been told it gets transmitted to the state, but the state is told to give it directly to the municipalities. No interference, no decision-making, it's a complete pass-through. The distribution within that pot of money is based on the population of the community. And Rolesville's estimate is over $2 million. We're still waiting for what that final number will be, but it's going to be over $2 million. It comes out in two lump sums. One should be coming out within 60 days after passage of the act, and then another comes out 1 year later.
Two halves.
And recipients have until the end of 2024 to spend the funds. Now, there are some very broad ideas of what that money can be spent for. We're all going to webinars and everybody says we're waiting for guidance from Treasury. So right now we're all in a holding pattern, waiting to hear from the Treasury Department for some specific guidance on what those funds can be used for. The idea that they're trying to convey is they want to support fiscal stability and a return to work. They're emphasizing focus on what your community needs are. So a lot more information to come on this.
Yeah, can I just comment on it? What's absolutely unique about this money is there's going to be, as Amy indicated, there is some broad guidelines we've received, and now we're waiting for the interpretation of that. But what's very unique is that this money does not need to follow the typical federal spending behaviors and mandates. So for instance, most federal money that you receive, if you put towards projects or construction projects, you must use like Davis-Bacon Act funds or monitor or different mandates. There is none associated with this, of that type. In my period of time of employment in this profession, I've never seen such a thing. So that's why we're all kind of learning, because we want to make sure we get it right. And we're waiting for the guidance. But it is a very unique stream of funds that any of us have never seen before.
And it's 2 million anticipated.
2 million anticipated, actually.
That would affect our budget this year and next year, since we're getting half.
Yeah, I
half
think,
next year.
yeah, again, though, you don't need to spend it until the end of 2024.
Right.
So
So we're not going to have it in this budget as
I think Amy will tell you it's
Source
not
of
in this,
revenue.
it's not in this budget
As a source
today.
of revenue.
That's right.
I think that's smart. Okay.
We're not planning
Very good. Okay.
right away
Okay.
until
Right.
we learn more.
That's good.
But as it starts to come out, I think we will want to, and we know, we will want to dedicate some time on this subject with you all to talk through it further. So. Good.
Then the other section here, we mentioned transportation infrastructure bill. We've heard that that might be coming from the federal level as well. So we need to keep our eyes and ears open and learn more about that as that comes to reality. All right, now we're going to transition a little bit and talk about the item that was in your packet, the schedule of fees.
You all have that? Anybody need a copy?
Get a
have an
calendar
extra?
on, turn my computer on.
Anybody have an extra?
If you don't, I can turn the computer on and see it.
We can spare a copy.
I mean,
We'll make
I
quick,
can wing it.
go ahead, we'll make quick copies. How many do we need? 2?
I'm good, I don't need one. I have one.
Kelly, I got one for
Okay.
Oh,
There you go. You don't have to wing it. Thank you,
Thank
Robin.
Okay, so I've been here, I think, 9 years, coming up on 9 years. I have never known a wholesale review of this schedule of fees in that period of time. So we were due. We were due. We were very fortunate to have an intern last summer, Valencia Wagner. She came and presented, she worked on this, began the work, and made a presentation to you all, I believe, early October on what some of her findings were. So we used the work that she had done and polished a little bit more, and so that's allowed us to get as far along as we did this year. So we appreciate all that work she put in. Should not be anything too new from what you've seen before. Our main goals as we went through this process was the main goal was recouping the cost of staff work, to making sure that our fees reflect the effort that goes into the work behind them, and reflecting the new LDO, which is still a project ongoing. And there'll be a few more revisions. If you noted through here, they're highlighted. They still need to be worked on as we get that draft out, and we hope to have that finalized in time for budget adoption. And then finally, we want to recoup our fees, for recouping the time spent on it, but at the same time, we don't want to get too far off the mark compared to our regional neighbors. So we also did that little gut check to look at the folks, other folks in Wake County to see what they're charging. Okay, so there are a lot of changes on here. Everything was, the things that are in the black font are in the current schedule of fees. The red font are proposed changes. And then underneath the changes, there was just a little description in italics. That's not going to be in the final version of this, but I was hoping as you got your packet and read through it would give you a little bit of context and understanding about each fee. So if you had questions tonight, you would be able to ask. There are three I anticipate reviewing. One is the building permit fee, the transportation capital fee, and the commercial use of parks. Are there any others that you all have an interest about that we add to that list before we start digging into the details?
I'm sorry, is that on which page?
I think they're all on a different page.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
The building permit, is that just a pass-through or?
Yep, so let's go ahead and dig in. So that's on that's the third page of the schedule of fees. And it's building permit processing. So I'm sure as you've gone through the new LDO, you've heard quite a bit about Chapter 160D and some of the requirements that have come along with it. Well, one of the impacts of that is it changes the way the fees go back and forth between Rolesville and Wake County for building permits. So right now, when somebody comes in to get a building permit, they pay the fee to Wake County. And then Wake County, at the end of the month, sends us back a portion of that to cover our administrative costs for processing the permit. With 160D, they're no longer allowed to do that and to send the funds back. So it's up to Rolesville to collect the funds directly right at the beginning. And that's what this fee is.
Is there a change to what we've been charging?
Yes.
It's increased.
How much of a change?
All right, so currently we are not charging anything for our permitting processing fees. We take a little bit back from Wake County for our time, but our fees have been rolled into theirs. And so we were getting $46 back for a permit processing fee, and we will be losing that as our revenue source. So we are proposing a fee change that will cover, that fee has also been set for the last about 10 years or so. So we are proposing a fee that recovers the cost of our permitting tax time. Right now, we have a development support specialist processing our permits, and so it takes her about an hour and a half, if not longer, to process some of these building permits, and so we are recouping her time.
Can I ask a
Question,
follow-up?
that means
Can I
it
ask a
went up.
follow-up question? Julie, will the Wake County reduce the fee at their end then also?
I do not know if Wake County is reducing their own fees. I believe that they're going to keep the fees the same.
So this is just the Rolesville portion, not what the total bill is that would be required for the permit.
That's right.
It's a total permit.
So
Right, they would be paying the fee to Rolesville, and then they would still have to pay a fee to Wake County.
it's increased.
So the fee to Rolls would be like, what did you say, $60 or something? And then
So it has,
if you do a deck, a simple deck on your house, you gotta pay 2 fees for that? Is that what you're talking about?
In essence, it's 2 fees, but we still process the permit invoicing through the Wake County portal, so they're still only be paying 1 lump fee through the system, but it'll be our fees that they're paying. So they'll see 1 invoice, but our fees will be broken out into different buckets.
Okay, so it's paid jointly, it's just separate.
Yes, sir.
So does that follow the same for the inspections? Under the page before.
Following, the next section. You're talking about the building inspections?
Yeah.
Let's see. Where is building inspections?
You mean the
they're not in here because they're Wake County's fees.
They're Wake County's.
Say it again?
Building inspections are not in here because those are Wake County's fees, so they'd be on their schedule of fees. They're not listed in here.
But Roseville still has something to do with that, right?
They pay those directly to Wake County.
Okay, I can save that question for later. off the 3-hour clock, so thank you.
It's still one payment,
Yeah.
unless you get re-inspections, which will charge extra for that, for sure. And it goes to Wake County too, I'm sure.
Okay. All right. The next one we wanted to talk about was the transportation capital fee, which is page, now I'm regretting there's no page numbers on this. The fourth page in. Listed transportation development fee. Now, as we were doing the review, we noticed that Nightdale's fee structure was very similar to Rolesville's. The same categories, virtually the same amounts. Now, and I don't remember whether Rolesville copied Nightdale or Nightdale copied Rolesville. I don't know the history on that. But we did find a few differences, and those are the ones that are highlighted in red. The hotel motel, group quarters, elementary, middle schools, high schools, and mini warehousing. And so we were just recommending perhaps it's time for Rolesville to go ahead and add those fees to their schedule as well, as we hope to get more commercial development and capturing the impact of that development on the town's transportation network.
So the ones in red, we do not currently have on our schedule at all.
That's correct.
Gotcha. I would agree with, yep, we need to add it.
And then finally, the last one we want to talk about is on the last page. That is the commercial use of park property. I believe this topic has been discussed in the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, and they are recommending this forward to you as the town board to consider this fee. I believe, my understanding is that the Parks Department gets routine requests from groups who are commercial in nature, not a profit business, who wish to use park facilities for their profit-making ventures. By putting this fee in place, the town can track who's using the park and for what purpose, and can help set out some guidelines for those folks about what's appropriate use of the park and what's not. And to ensure that residents get the first use.
Next to the last page.
Next to the last page.
So that our residents get that first use, the first availability at the park sites.
How do those fees compare to other municipalities? Are they comparable, higher, lower?
We use City of Raleigh's template, and we kind of followed what their system is, so we're pretty similar to what Raleigh is.
Gotcha.
I have a question about the sponsorships. Currently, do we collect any money for sponsorships? For signage, banners?
The banners is a program that existed previously, and with the new fencing, we're going back into that, and that's always been, that fee has been similar to that. And so we've looked at other municipalities that do the same. So again, our pricing is almost similar to other municipalities as far as links of the contracts for those. So that's something that's going to be rolling out soon as well, but it has not officially rolled out yet as the fencing just went up and getting the new windscreens.
Yeah, 'cause I remember seeing the same signs on there for years, on the old fencing. So is this for every sport? Because I'm only seeing baseball, softball, soccer. I guess that's all the sports then.
Yes, ma'am.
Cool.
All right, so JG, if I wanted an outdoor a banner, the $1,500, does that cover for one season of baseball, or does it cover the one annual for the year, or just the season for that particular sport?
3 years on that fence.
So for $1,500, it stays up for 3 years
Yes, sir.
for all sports.
On the baseball fields, yes, sir. And that's comparable to what other municipalities are charging for the same.
That's a good price.
So it's $500 a year.
Yeah, that's,
So basically, you all are going to be responsible for maintaining that, right?
Right, and that's why it's a 3-year contract, because that's about the life of a good banner while withholding good quality.
So you can't do 1 year?
No, ma'am.
Gotcha.
But you can do one season, though.
That $1,500 JG did.
You can do one season, but not 1 year.
I'm sorry, there's multiple.
Yeah,
Then
right
you
here.
can't.
It says youth sports, one season baseball or softball team, $325.
That is not the banner, that's the youth sponsor of a team.
Oh, my bad, sorry about
It
that.
says youth sports one season.
Okay, okay. My bad.
That covers like uniforms, trophies, stuff like that.
It's just another revenue to help offset the cost that goes to our cost recovery of the programs. Yes, sir. And these fees are the same fees that have been set for 10 plus years. There's no change to those.
Yeah, so a person that wants to sponsor a team, that money goes to the town, but he or she still buys the uniforms or whatever for the team. That's not included in this figure.
So there's still the registration fee, what's been in it. These fees have just never appeared in the schedule of fees, and that's why they're in red, because they're existing, they just haven't been a part of this fees schedule. So we want to make sure that we're incorporating all of our fees into this one sheet. But the way it works, Commissioner Wilson, is residents pay $53 to sign up. The town, we'll use baseball as an example in baseball season right now. We'll give them a hat, shirt, and socks for the season. And then the registration fee, so the sponsorship fee that we take in just goes in as a revenue, and we use that in our cost recovery model to show how we're doing cost recovery of our programming.
Okay, but if I'm sponsoring a team and I want my Granite Falls logo on that, I pay for that. You don't pay for that.
You cut us a check for $325 for that one baseball team, and we take care of everything else for you.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir. We work with the screen printers. We'll get our staff will get a logo from you. Our screen printer will take care of everything. You just write a check, and then we'll send you a copy of their schedule, and we'll put your name on our website and help promote you, the ways that we do through all of our sponsorship programming.
That's
Okay.
reasonable.
I want to touch base on that, because I'm not gonna spend a lot of time on it, because I'll corner you later about it. When you're spending that much money to sponsor a team, and you don't get anything to recognize that you did that, not for the public, just $325 and it's done. So for example, this season, I sponsored a team, many people sponsored a team, we couldn't go and watch the games. It was really, it helped to pay for the program, I get that. But I think you need to reconsider what you're gonna do for those people who sponsor. I saw nothing. I didn't even see a team or a roster.
Yes, ma'am. So we don't provide rosters because of personal information that's on those rosters. What we do provide to our sponsors is we try to make sure they all get a league schedule that their team's participating in. This past year has been very difficult for everyone, from our participants to the parents to the sponsors. So we recognize that as well with the limits that we have with spectators. I mean, with the executive orders, we only allowed two spectators per participant. We had extra staff to help monitor that as well to make sure we stayed compliant within the executive.
Okay, I'm not talking about that really. That's fine. I get what happened. COVID is not your fault or anybody else's fault. I'm just saying, I think we can do better in terms of people who are kicking out a lot of dollars to sponsor the programs here in Rolesville, and you see nothing at the end of the season. So that's what I'm saying.
Again, Commissioner Medley, due to COVID, we typically,
I'm not talking about COVID, this is pre-COVID as well.
Pre-COVID, we always give every team a sponsorship plaque, thanking them for their sponsorship with a team picture. Due to COVID, we were unable to do pictures because of the 6 feet requirements and keeping kids and coaches together. So that's typically where their sponsorships. I know our athletic coordinator did reach out to participants or sponsors, and those who requested a plaque, we did go out and have special plaques made that we typically don't do for those who did reply back to him in the time that he asked for to get them a plaque as well.
Okay, so we'll finish this conversation later because the letter I received was not that kind. But anyway, we'll talk about it later. But thank you. I do appreciate what you all do for the programming though. Oh, crap. Oh my, sorry. Yes, okay. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Okay, before we move on to another topic, any other questions about schedule fees or anything that's on there, any clarification about?
Again, I was going to ask how these compare to other municipalities, especially when I think about our size, not just our current size, because that size is going to change pretty quickly. How we compare is what I'm curious about.
So I did try to note in that description under each one, if we had some easy ones that were available, to note what some of those comparisons were. We did take a look at the others, and if they were in line, they're just not noted.
Gotcha.
It means they're in line with what's
With
around
other
us.
municipalities, gotcha. Perfect.
Unremarkable.
Gotcha.
Okay, with that, let's move on to another topic of revenues. And this will be a segue into our conversation with capital. But we're going to spend a few minutes here with this general fund balance chart, one of my favorite charts. Okay, you've seen this before, probably the last few years. I've just recycled, added another year to the end. But a review for everybody. So this is the fund balance, or the cash flow you would have on hand. And it's a snapshot of a single point in time. This is the snapshot for June 30th, or the last day of each fiscal year that's shown on this chart. There are a couple of lines that go across the bottom, the green line and the blue line. These are benchmarks. One of them, the green one, is your internal benchmark based on a policy the governing board passed several years ago, where you said you would like to keep 33% of the general fund operating expenditures as cash on hand. You do this because it's important to have cash flow in case revenues are delayed, like our property tax. We don't get that in until later in the fiscal year, so we need to have some cash to operate on. You want to keep it on hand in case there's an emergency, a hurricane, tornado comes through, we need to do some sort of emergency response to rebuild a road or a culvert somewhere. You have cash on hand to do that to get repaid later. So 33% is your benchmark. The LGC also benchmarks communities around the state. They like you to have 40% of the population peer group. So they take all the people in your population peer group, they figure out what's the average amount of fund balance, and they want you to have 40% of that average. For us, that typically ends up being around 33%. Changes every year slightly, but it usually comes out about 33%. So they're pretty consistent. One thing I'd like you to note about these lines is that they're going up over time because it's a percentage of your general fund expenditures. So as we grow, as the general fund expenditures grow, that benchmark is going to continue to grow as well. And so it's, more and more cash will be needed to have on hand. Next thing I'd like to point out are the dark blue bars at the top of the light blue bars. They're towards the end of the chart. That represents the capital savings that we started a few years ago. Originally taking some of our debt laps as we pay off debt. We keep some of those funds and we would continue putting them into the savings balance. But the big bulk of it really was from dedicating a few cents of the tax rate. And that was the concept of taking our property tax stream and trying to divert a couple of pennies and getting used to that so that we're prepared to use those pennies for capital expenditures later on in the future without it being a major impact to the budget. And in the meantime, we get the benefit of accumulating those funds that then we can then use for pay-as-you-go projects. Now, good news, it's there. We've started doing that. The first year in 1819, we used 2 pennies were diverted. The next year, 1920, we increased it to 3 pennies. We were diverting into that stream. And then last year, with the pandemic, here's one of those impacts that we talked about earlier. Big takeaway number 3. Here's where the impact of the pandemic came in. It was 1 penny for this current fiscal year. And next year, we're looking at the same thing, 1 penny of that stream being diverted to this capital savings. So we're continuing it, but it is feeling the impact of some of that coronavirus impact. Estimating by the end of FY22 that total accumulation would be $793,000. So we've managed to save a good amount of money. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the bars in totality. You see a nice jump from FY20 to FY21, right? This model, what that jump reflects is the town's receipt of cash from the sale of the town center property for the cobblestone development.
Gotcha.
It also reflects, in that FY21 bar, also reflects the use of $400,000 of fund balance to purchase the Public Works facility land. So that was what we had planned as we went through this conversation last year. We had said that's what we plan to use fund balance to buy that property with. And so that's reflected in this model.
So we pay cash for the whole purchase?
Well, we haven't done anything yet. But we're going to talk some more about that in just a minute. But this model does assume the cash payment for the land. Okay? One other final assumption for that FY 2021 bar, it assumes that we break even this operating year, that the amount of revenue that comes in is exactly the amount of expenditure that goes out. So no other use of fund balance, but no accumulation either. Okay? It was just a nice neutral way to do this model. Reality is probably going to be different. Hopefully a surplus, but for purposes of this model, it's a neutral. All right, so let's talk about FY22, that last bar. What's reflected in this model there? It is the use of $738,000 of fund balance for the town's matching contribution for the LAC grant for the Main Street Vision Plan. Again, that was one of those things we had talked about years ago, and we've sequestered that money, put a little bow on it, hid it away, and now we're getting ready to use it. So now that bar goes down to reflect that use for the matching funds for that grant.
Does that come out of the general fund balance or the transportation fund balance?
Thank you. So when we originally talked about this, the Main Street Vision Plan was two projects, right? It was the streetscape, and it was the realignment of Burlington Mills Road. Mm-hmm. Now, the matching contributions have stayed the same in this model, and that was the matching for the streetscape would come out of general fund. The matching for the Burlington Mills piece would come out of street fees. So what you see here is keeping with that original plan. A portion of the match comes out of general fund, and you'll see on the next slide, a portion is coming out of the street fees.
What was the total on that payment?
Let's see, the general fund was $738,000, and the street fees is $473.
Yeah, and I think from communications respect to the public, the difference is the general fund, the taxpayers pay for. The transportation fund is paid for by development.
That's right.
So, it's two different streams, I think, that brings it into the fund that it's good for the people to know that.
It is.
Everybody's sharing on this project,
Right.
and everybody's benefiting. So, all right, so FY22 has that grant match.
But what's the percentage on that? The part that's coming out of the street fees versus the general fund? Do you if you don't have it readily available, we can come back to it.
I could calculate it real quick.
We can come back to it.
Looks like, I would say, maybe a third, 2/3 from the general fund, a
60/40
third,
thereabouts, yeah.
Okay.
yeah, from street fees.
Our match was 20%, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
So it's a part of 20%. Somebody else paying for the other 80.
Right. I was just trying to figure out what portion was coming out of street versus general.
yeah. I would say roughly 2/3, 1/3.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
that's what it sounded like. You said 800, 300 and something.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, so FY22 goes down for that. FY22 is going down in this model to pay for a project you'll hear some more about, which was deferred from last year. It's a lighting project at Redford Place Park. And then finally, it's going down to pay for the town's obligations under the Cobblestone Economic Development Agreement. In that agreement, the town agreed to pay $250,000 for undergrounding of utilities at the corner of Young and Main, and the town agreed to pay some tax incentives in the future as the project goes ahead, and so we're going to go ahead and reserve that money and set it aside. Okay, what's not included in that FY22 number? Two things that are important that are not being shown as using fund balance. One is the purchase of the Woodleaf property on East Young Street. This model presumes that that land is paid for using installment financing. So the debt payments, it looks like that closing is going to happen in June. possibly, maybe July. So it goes ahead and presumes the first debt payment in next fiscal year.
So the debt service is going to be in there.
That's right.
Okay.
And, so here's what we did, is to pay for that, the debt service is coming out of that proceeds from the land. Okay, conceptually.
Are we having to make a down payment?
I'm sorry,
Are we having to make a down payment?
for the land?
Yes.
You should be able to finance
100%.
the entire purchase.
Yeah.
Yeah. Up to the appraised value, essentially.
And yeah, I may have missed it, so pardon me if I did. Everybody else may have got it. But the sale of the property we have to Town Center property, which is about $2 million. So how did that fit into that? Is that why that next to last line is so big and then
Yes.
it drops back down?
That's right, yeah. It goes up because we sell the property, we get the proceeds. It goes down the next year, frankly, mainly because of the Main Street match.
The net shows.
So, so where is it going? Where is it? It looks like the $2 million would stay in there for,
It's there. So where you look in that last bar, and you look at that area from where the benchmark lines come in, up until where that dark blue starts, it's in that section there. That $2 million is part of that group right there.
So is that above the benchmark?
Yes.
Okay.
Almost 100%.
That's right.
Okay.
Okay?
so if we hadn't sold the property, we would have a much bigger dip this year.
That's right. Absolutely.
It
You'd
would
be
be-
much more down to closer to that benchmark.
Right.
That's right. We've used fund balance, for some projects, for Main Street, for some other one-time capital project uses.
Add all those up.
Yeah, that's why it's important to keep building that up over time. Okay, so the other thing that's not included in that bar is the construction for the Public Works facility. This model presumes that the construction cost of that Public Works facility is also financed through installment finance. Now, because that project won't get underway until next year, we won't see any debt payments for that until the bar that's off of this sheet.
But we're paying cash for the land.
Currently, we are paying cash for the land. Now, I'm glad you brought that up, because one of the things that you can do to preserve a wide range of options to you, and if you're going to do this, you probably should do this at the next budget meeting, or the next board meeting on April 6th, is pass a reimbursement resolution. You did this for the Woodleaf property purchase a few weeks ago, which said anything that we spend towards any of the due diligence, any of the closing costs, we reserve the right to rolling that into the loan and reimbursing ourselves later. You can do that same thing. If you pass that reimbursement resolution at the next meeting, when you go to buy that property, you can say, well, we can later reimburse ourselves for the cost of the property. If we decide to debt finance it in totality, both the purchase of the land and the construction, you reserve the right to do that.
What kind of interest rate do you think we're going to be quoted? Does
So-
anybody have an idea yet?
Yep, so actually I was talking to LGC today,
Okay.
and they went and looked at what some of the recent ones have been. A 10-year installment finance is 1.75%.
That's wonderful.
Do they have anything like that for residential?
Anything.
Anything, a piece of it.
Double and a half.
Okay, so keep this in mind. We'll talk a little bit more about this as we get later into our capital discussion, but I just want you to see this and to know what assumptions have been made for this model as we go further into our capital conversation. Okay?
I guess my last question, if I recall one of the earlier things you said, we do have a capital fund that could be used to build the Public Works thing. But
Your
we choose-
capital savings?
Yeah. But we're
absolutely.
choosing to keep that capital savings for some other future project and finance it at the level we're talking about.
That capital savings is an informal pot of money. It is at your disposal to do and to use in any way that you choose.
But if we can get money that cheap.
I know, that's why I think, you know. And I guess, I always got one last question. I guess the commitment that we're making for the community building or community center at town center development thing, that's not included anywhere in here either, is it?
Right, and that's, again, we'll talk some more as we get into the capital piece with that as well, and even a little bit on this next slide.
That's a missing piece too.
That's right, exactly. All right, so that's your general fund balance, but you have some other fund balance over in your capital projects fund. You got your street restricted, that's the yellow line. Parks restricted is the green, and then water sewer is the purple. The general takeaway from this is you've got money coming in, but as you can see, it's sort of flat over the years because you're spending it. You're using it to complete projects. We used it for Granite Falls Boulevard. We've used it for the sidewalk on East Young Street. And the park one, we've used to go towards the purchase of the land. We've used it for the master planning of that site. And looking at purchasing some future parkland as well. Again, we'll talk more about that as we get into the capital. But that's the big takeaway here is, yes, this money's coming in, but yes, we're using it. So what's not included here, as you mentioned, Mr. Mayor, is the cobblestone community center, the design or construction, and the farm. The final design and construction there is not included here. Okay? The next chart, this is
I do have a quick
one.
question for you,
Oh, yeah,
Amy.
sure.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm not sure if this is the right time for this question, but the property behind Town Hall, is there anything, like, isn't that supposed to come to some type of closure this year? Is that considered in there at all, or no?
So this model does not take that project into consideration.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so one of the meeting agendas, I had done this chart. You can't read it, and I'm sorry. The type is very small. But just for fun, I thought I would play this out to see what the total fund balance. So this is everything. This is general fund. These are all your restricted funds. What does total fund balance look like? So the big number to key in on here is that big number at the top. You're looking at under $12 million by the end of FY22 in the bank for the town. And what I want to point out here is the key thing to take away from this is in your packet, we had that CIP chart. The red chart, which I now, of course, cannot find.
Page 10.
Oh, thank you. That's it. This one. This one. So if you look at these projects in that bottom right-hand corner, you're talking about $55 million worth of projects. And you've got $12 million in the bank. And that goes back to my point number one, the key takeaway for tonight, is we need to come up with a long-term strategy to pay for these capital projects, because you don't have the cash to do.
Can you repeat those numbers, please? Can you just repeat those numbers, please?
$55 million worth of projects identified in the capital improvement plan. And you have less than $12 million projected in fund balance by the end of fiscal year 22.
Thank you so much.
Sure. So we need to find that long-term plan to finance these projects. And it's going to be an ongoing conversation. All right, that's it for revenues. Questions? Anything we covered? Okay, I'm going to ask the question now. Do you want to take a break before we go into capital, or do you want to keep going?
Keep going.
We've talked about a lot of it. Okay. So let's keep going. Capital budget. This relates to your strategic plan and the planned investment section. So it didn't get a number. It really relates to everything there. So what we've seen in this budget over the years is a transformation. When I first got here, the capital budget was basically, well, I think we need another couple of police cars. And gee, it sure would be nice to have a plow for the front of that dump truck or the pickup truck. And that was about it. Again, if you look at that sheet that we just had, It's a completely different capital program. We're talking about streets, sidewalks, parks, buildings, facilities, and projects that touch every department here in the town. It's all part of that preparing for growth that we talked about early on. We still have that 5-year plan for the operating capital pieces. It's important for us to plan that out so our operating budget can maintain at a constant level. But we're seeing this capital program go to these bigger projects. So we're going to talk about capital in kind of 2 sections. First, I'm going to hit the expenditures or the projects, and then we'll talk a little bit more, continuing that earlier conversation about paying for them. So this list shows the projects that are in the first year of the CIP. So that's next budget year. Each of these projects relate to your strategic plan. Goal 6, to expand open space and recreation facilities. Goal 8, develop and maintain community infrastructure. Implement the Main Street Vision Plan. And I somewhat corrupted your Goal 14. I apologize. The organizational study did mention that Goal 14 might need to be expanded to address more than just staffing, that really we should be addressing all resource needs of the town. And so I took the liberty to update that. And so we're including other facilities and equipment as we go through this conversation. So, big one we've already talked about tonight, Main Street Vision Plan. That is in the budget for next year for the full funding. Total construction estimate of $6.1 million with that 80/20 federal grant, plus about $3.25 million associated with the Walbrook development. Okay, so all of that work is conceptually will be done by the same contractor, but the developer will reimburse the town, pay the town for that portion of the project.
What's the total then? Are we looking at 6 and 3, 9, somewhere along in there?
Looking at 10.8 at the bottom
10.8
of everything.
for the street, for Main Street?
No, 6.1 for Main Street. But how are you going to spend 6.1 million in 1 year for Main Street?
It's not going to be in 1 year.
It's not.
So thank you. So when it comes to the budget adoption, this project will be a capital project ordinance. Okay, so unlike your annual budget, which expires after a year, and you've done a few of these, Granite Falls Boulevard was one, the sidewalk was one. This is used for these long-term capital projects that take years so that you don't have to keep coming back and reappropriating the funds.
I hope it's not years, months.
Couple of years.
18
18 to
to
24
20 is the projected right now,
Oh, good.
months.
Let's clarify.
Okay,
Just to clarify.
I'll go with it. Okay,
But it is going to be about 9.5 million total. They would like to go ahead and take advantage of one bid and have the same contractor. It makes a lot of sense. DOT is fine with that as long as it's separated. So all those improvements should be done at one time.
okay. All right, next big project is Old Town street maintenance. When the town contracted to have a pavement condition survey done of the streets, other than Bowling Drive, the streets, which is now addressed, I believe, streets in the Old Town subdivision came up with the lowest ratings. And so the engineer has gone out there, reviewed those streets, and come up with a rehabilitation project to address the streets. I believe there's some stormwater also, perhaps, addressed with that. But anyway, $570,000 project, all using PAL bill funds. We need to use the PAL bill funds. We were starting to get a notice from the state because you can only accumulate 5 years worth of funds and you've got to spend it out. So this will be a good use of those funds.
So it's use or lose,
Yes,
kinda? Wow.
yes.
State is.
So you say 5 years of funds, like, is that in sequence, like 1 through 5, or the whole thing?
So what they do is they go back at your last 5 PAL bill allotments, and you can't exceed that amount that you're holding on to. They want you to use it. It's there, and it's primarily supposed to be used for resurfacing, so this is perfect.
As long as we don't lose it.
That's right. Okay, another big project mentioned earlier was Redford Place Park, the lighting. Again, this was a deferred project from last year due to our pandemic budget. $200,000 for Field C. I believe the entire structures there need to be replaced, the poles and the lights. $275 in a future year for Field A and Marvin Perry, because they'll be able to reuse the poles that are in place there, so it's a little less expensive.
Is this LED lighting?
We do have quotes for both what we currently have and LED. So the numbers in the budget are for LED.
Good. We converted our business, Granite Falls, to LED, and I saw a 25% decrease in our electric bill.
Wow, that's good, Jackie.
We converted everything, and it pays for itself.
I did want to question this too. If we're talking about Field C and replacing everything for that, do we use Fields A and B more than C?
We try to schedule more A in Marvin Perry because of the lights issue on Field C. It's
Okay.
not really safe for the older kids when it gets dark, so we schedule them earlier on that field just because of the safety.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And when we're doing these projects, like this is a good example. I heard you say we got quotes. I'm assuming, I shouldn't assume, I'll just ask, that we're getting several quotes. I want to make sure that we are seeking out minority suppliers and making sure they're having a chance to bid on these projects.
Yes, ma'am. For quotes, we usually work with a vendor we know who does this to get us a budget estimate, and then when we're ready to move forward, we will go out into a formal bid process. It'll be on the town's bid page, and we'll go out formally for those to make sure we're generating the best quotes that we can for the town.
Certainly. Thank you.
All right, next project to highlight is the Public Works Facility. We've had some recent conversation about this at board meetings. We're estimating the transition cost. This is a very round number. We're still nailing down some of these figures, but so right now it's a placeholder. We're expecting 100,000. Again, we're refining that number as we go forward. Again, and still working on the permanent facility cost as well. Again, as I mentioned earlier, this model for the budget plans on debt financing for this project. And we've already talked about the reimbursement resolution to give yourself that opportunity to finance the land at a later date as well.
And you have to do that for each project?
Yes, if
Is
you
that
think
what it
you
works?
might debt finance a piece, some of it, then you want, now there's a limit. Like, for instance, when you bought the land out at the farm, we did a reimbursement resolution then. There's too much time has passed now. We can't go back and redo that one. So that's kind of done by IRS rules. But, for this is a great example where we buy the land outright, but we're not going to do the debt finance on the other piece till later, but we might want to roll that in altogether.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Okay, other projects. We started working on this year. We don't think it'll completely finish out until next year, but that's acquiring some land for a future park. Again, part of that preparing for growth is making sure we have facilities in place. And that means buying land and in place for future development. I mentioned the Cobblestone Economic Development Agreement. And then there's money in here for engineering, both for streets projects and for recreation projects. Okay, so after that, that's all year one. Then in the next 4 years after that, the 5 years overall, a lot of those projects that we engineered shows the construction of those. So again, I'm talking about that red sheet that I held up earlier. It was in your packet. This is the actual construction of these facilities. And the adding on this last column over here of general government, we start looking at engineering and construction of other facilities, fire stations, the municipal complex on that Woodleaf property. We're building a police department, a town hall. So a lot coming.
We had, excuse me, we had, I guess, in the past discussed this idea of needing sort of a gymnasium type building or a, inside recreation building other than the park. And I don't see that being discussed anymore. Did we kind of table that for right now? We're not even,
The number one candidate for your cobblestone project.
it is, to put a gym in there or something?
Really?
the price looked kind of low to me, because I know when we had the committees, with
Yeah,
the
we were
coach
up
on
there.
there and stuff, it was like a $6 million building, but it was huge. So we're talking about just a smaller type thing if we do it at Cobblestone,
Correct.
maybe 1 court or something like that.
Right.
Well, and remember too, we won't have the land cost associated with this
Right.
project.
But I think that one, they was asking for 3 or 4 basketball courts in there and stuff. It's pretty big. Because one thing you have to think about, I like the idea maybe at Cobblestone, but you don't want to put up a metal building there in the middle of that development.
Nor can
Like
you.
you would for a gymnasium building. It has to be a pretty nice
Right.
building for that. So got to be careful how big we make it,
So I think we're still thinking about an 8 to 12,000 square foot building, which would be multi-use gym with some community space, programming space, and then some office space.
Gotcha. So it's not as big as what we talked about earlier,
No.
by no means.
It's not a full-fledged recreation center.
Yeah, what was that, 20,000? We had the needs that we came up, 25,000?
I know the reference, what you're referencing, Mayor, but I'm not sure what those numbers were. I think, ideally around a 20,000 square foot facility ballpark, when you're looking at the full build out, for that future growth. But, and what they were looking at then was 2 courts, I believe, and then expandable to 3rd court regulation size as they moved on. But, that was 5-6 years ago, so I don't recall those numbers exactly.
Right, I don't either. But we wouldn't be proposing something that big there.
Not in the next 5 years.
Okay. All right, so now we're going to transition to that second half of the capital conversation, and that's the funding. I'll give a public thank you to the city of Milton, Georgia. I was going through some budgets a few weeks ago, and I saw this. I thought this was a great summary, talking about the advantages and disadvantages of pay-as-you-go versus debt financing. So I hate reading slides. I hope you can get out your reading glasses later and read that. I'm sure the font is tiny on your handout. But we'll just talk through kind of some of the points here. Pay-as-you-go has an advantage in terms of future budget flexibility. You're not tying your future operating budgets up with debt payments. And you don't have to pay interest, obviously, because you're paying cash out of hand. On the debt financing side, the advantages is some of it's just philosophical and thinking about who's paying for the project and who's benefiting from the project, right? If you're using pay-as-you-go, the people who are paying for it are the people who have been here in the past, and the people who are using it now aren't paying at all. Where if you debt finance, the people paying for it are the people who are going to get the benefit from the facility. It's the people who are using the facility who are paying for it. It also spreads the cost out over a longer time frame and hopefully in line with the life of the asset. And it increases your ability to invest. You can take a small amount of money and leverage that into a much larger project. So again, this I think is our opportunity to talk a little bit more, if we need to delve into a little bit more, and talk about the Woodleaf property and whether we're financing that, whether that's pay-as-you-go, some combination thereof. There is some time interest here in having that conversation. In order to finance the purchase of that property on East Young Street, and to close in time, if we're aiming for a closing in June, like all installment finance, virtually all installment finance in North Carolina, it has to be approved by the local government commission. And so there's a process and some steps that you have to follow in order to meet their deadlines. So that means that your first action towards working on this installment finance would have to occur at your next meeting on April 6th. Okay, so what you'd be looking at there is a resolution that would say, we're thinking about doing this. We authorize staff to go out and seek bids. And we're going to set a public hearing on this in May. Okay, and then in May, you hold the public hearing, and then you would have the option of adopting a resolution to say, we're going to move forward, or you let it lie and you don't move forward. But we need to start working on this at your next meeting if this is the direction that we intend to go with the debt financing.
So the due diligence is done on the property? Did I-
Not yet.
No.
No, we'll have it done by the May 4th, though.
Right, by the time you're making your decision, the final decision, the due diligence will be done. But you need to start the process earlier to say, hey, we're thinking about it, so that we can get everything in line and go out for bids.
In case we decide to move forward.
That's right.
I'm just making sure that that's clear on the
Yeah,
dates for me.
they're kind of working in parallel.
Got you.
You have to kind of do both rather than sequential.
I got you.
Yep.
So Amy, I have a question. How often can this be done? I mean, like, at what point does this affect your credit rating as a town? Like, how many times can this be done?
Right.
Because I've heard 2 times already, 2 projects, at least, that are going to be structured this way.
That's right. So one of the things that they do is they want to have a meeting before you start going in this direction. So Kelly and I did have a meeting with the LGC back when we first started looking at this property. They have reasonable assurance. They did not have any major concerns that they expressed to us. A couple of things going on. One, we have been doing this capital savings, and we have been diverting a stream to go towards this capital projects. And so they know we have sources of revenue that are there. They know we're growing, and we're continuing to grow, and that's happening in the foreseeable future. And then third, they also know, we told them we're selling the land we have for the town center. So they know we've got that fund balance sitting there, that if something goes haywire, we have something to fall back on.
And I think the only thing, we paid off a lot of our debts. I know we used to have several of those little debts
Yeah.
and stuff. This building is the only one that's left, right?
So there's the USDA loan on the sewer lines, which I
That's
still
Raleigh.
can't get rid of.
Yeah, Raleigh.
Raleigh's, we pay it and Raleigh reimburses us. There's that one, there's this building, and then there's the land we bought for the farm project. Now that's paid out of the park's capital fees,
Right.
but that's the only debt that the town has remaining at this
And
time.
if you look at the debt ratio we got, it's very low, ain't it? Very,
That's
very
right.
low.
It's very low right now, but that's what I was asking. How many times can we do this before we're
Yeah,
over
and
that
I think she got a good
threshold?
question. We probably need, what would
Right.
the debt ratio be if we did both of those
Yep.
things,
And if you, let me address that. I think our next slide will actually start to answer some of that. So like we talked, we have this $55 million projects, the cash, how do we pay for it? So some of the challenges that we have in front of us going forward, obviously the current funds are not adequate to pay out of pocket. Our property tax, each penny, as we mentioned before, brings in $135,000. It's a lot of money, but when you're looking at how much capital project do you buy for a penny, you don't get a lot of capital project for it. On the good side, it's growing. It's limited now, but it is growing, and it continues to grow every year. We've been fortunate in that respect. At the same time, we're seeing continued operating demands, again, from this growth that we're preparing for. It keeps putting pressure on our operating budget. And some of these capital projects we're talking about come with their own operating budget impacts. If we're talking about developing something out at the farm, that's going to come with the operating impacts. Yes, it'll bring revenues, but there is a net operating impact. Same with the community center. Anytime you have, and same thing, street, even if you put in a street, it comes with impacts. It's a future resurfacing, it's maintenance, mowing, things that come along with those. So there's operating impacts from these. So here's some recommendations to make to you as we go forward over the next year. My suggestion is that we work with our financial advisor to develop a plan. That's Davenport. They've come in and talked to you twice over the last few years. When we've talked to them in the past, it's usually been the approach of, well, here's how much we have saved, here's how much we have coming in, tell us how much we can afford. But I think now, with that capital plan that we have, I think we can flip it a little bit. And now we can go to them and say, okay, here are the projects, here are our needs, this is what we want to do. Now, knowing what we have and what's coming in, help us figure out what we need to bridge the gap and where do we need to clarify our priorities. So that's part of my recommendation. Bring in Davenport. Let's have them do an analysis of this, come out with a financial model, and help us figure out this capital plan. Which I think goes to your question. Yeah. And then finally, we've got the American Recovery Plan funds coming, and possibly some other federal funds might be out there. We need to think strategically and about what our community needs are and how best to use those funds within the parameters of those programs. Okay. Any more?
So I want to just put the good news. Because I know we're sitting here wondering what could be the good news. The good news is, in my opinion, is Amy rightfully, and you will rightfully in your budget, I'm going to recommend in the budget you adopt, will not project anything much beyond what we have known for growth in our property tax. But the good news of everything that she led off the story with that you're working on, 3 to 5 years, if all those take roots, you're going to have a different revenue structure potentially. And that's why you've been working to do this. So we don't project, while we project this out, we don't do a similar projection on the uncertain revenue structures that we hope will come out of the efforts that you're putting forth. If all that comes forth,
This all changes.
this might help, that might help. But that's why the financial advisor will be beneficial to allow us to start that exercise and start thinking about that and project out for us, if this happens, this could happen. If this happens, this could happen. So then we can start really saying, okay, we know what it takes now to have it done. So that's the good news. So I think it feels a little like overwhelming, I think, to y'all, but I don't think you should feel that much because I think there is potential. And that's what you've been working on. And you need to continue working on, as we've talked about over time. So anyway.
Yep, thank you. Yeah, I didn't mean to be the downer.
No, you're not. No, it's just a lot. There's
It is important to have the
Yeah.
reality as well as the expectations. to
Yeah, and
level
I
it out.
think it's encouraging that we even talking about it.
Right.
Because if I back up 12 months ago, when this pandemic first hit, I was thinking it's very possible we could have had another recession like we did, and we wouldn't have any building going on, anything like that. And dodged a bullet on that one. And I think it's very encouraging that we even 12 months from that when that happened, that we still seeing growth and we still see opportunity to do some of this stuff that we plan to do. But if it was like 2007, we wouldn't even be talking about
Right.
this because we
That's
wouldn't be
right.
projecting any growth at all.
And barring a revenue stream, barring a recession, I see the potential for revenue streams where, to me, this is not overwhelming. In fact, to me, this is positive. When you look at the funds that are going to be available, and there are going to be funds available, people in Washington can't afford not to assist small communities like this. And then our potential growth, and I call it potential, it's already there if people will start pushing dirt and laying foundations. Everything on this sheet here is doable, in my opinion, in 5 to 7 years.
Especially if retail and commercial growth takes off,
Yes.
because that's really going to be something that we don't have,
And sooner or later, we're going to see growth on that bypass, on this side of the watershed. That's a no-brainer. We're going to get a big box out there one of these days. And then people are going to be rushing to be in the shadow of that big box. As well as the things we've got going on here, in my humble opinion.
Well, I'm glad y'all are so positive. That's great. I'm a little more concerned about our land purchases. And because I know the land that was purchased at Cobblestone, that we sold to Cobblestone, that land was a buy and hold forever, like, I know, probably 20 years or so. And it feels like we're buying land now, and then we're trying to construct something on it right away. So I think we have to reach a balance. Sounds good to buy the land, and in 2 years, hey, let's build a building. But I do think we have to balance that with the actual evidence of these businesses producing. So I'm a little less optimistic, I guess I'll say, about, I want to see it first. I want to see a shovel in the dirt. I want to see a building erected. I want to see that building on Redford Place. I want to see cobblestone before I'm super excited
Right.
about we can do this 55 million.
Right.
So I'm a little more conservative, I guess you could say, in
Right.
that respect. But I understand what you're saying. And I agree, financial plan, definitely.
All right.
And so the good news, the other part of good news is you see the conservative piece, so now you know what that means.
Right.
It allows you then to think ahead if you allow yourself or want to.
Yes.
Okay, well, this is the end of the capital piece. So I'm going to ask again, Mr. Mayor, do you want to take a break or we keep plowing ahead?
It's up to you guys. Break. I think we're good.
Everybody's good? Okay. Well, you have just a little bit more with me, and then you're done with me. So we'll jump right into operating. I am going to start a little bit with the employees and benefits, and then I'm going to turn things over to my colleagues, who will carry on and go through their departments. So first, employees and benefits. Again, consistent with your strategic plan, organizational study, there are 4 permanent positions that we are looking at right now. You'll hear more about them as we go through. When it comes to compensation of employees, this relates to your Goal 16, retaining employees. And you did have a pay resolution you adopted in 2019, where you were striving to meet or exceed the market. So this next fiscal year is you're due for your next pay study. So the goal was to do a pay study every 3 years. So next year is that year 3, and it's time to do that. We currently have no expectations yet for what any employee percentages might be. We're still looking at CPI. We're looking at what our neighboring communities do and evaluating where we might fall in a recommendation with that. We'll have that for you when we come up to the actual presentation of the budget in April 20th.
Sorry, what's CPI? I went to this.
Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. The economics piece. It's Consumer Price Index, the measure of inflation.
I was at the alarm company. As soon as you said that, I'm like, CPI.
It means that too.
I know.
One thing about the pay study, I think it is needed. Like you say, every 3 years is a good thing to do. But I think we need to do a better job with the benefits side of it too. Make sure when we do the pay study, it's not just about pay, but it's about the overall benefits, are our benefits competitive, or our benefits where it needs to be? And let's make sure we kind of cover both,
Right, that's good. And one of the other pieces to that we've talked internally is about looking at the career ladders for police officers, looking at career ladders for non-LEO employees as well, and what kinds of incentives might we give for people there for getting
Right.
additional education and development in their role.
But along that line, do you do a total compensation look at pay and benefits and show employees the value that they're getting?
Oh, we do, yes.
You all do
Every
that,
year we have,
okay.
it's a total compensation statement. Goes out, we've been handing out with the W-2s last couple of years.
Okay, perfect. Those are helpful.
Yeah, especially when you see the next slide. But we're not quite there yet. So on the benefits side, I do want to mention one thing. Health insurance, that's always been a big one. Last year, we went to a new health insurer. We joined the League of Municipalities, where they have their own insurance pool. It was much better coverage for about the same rates as our renewal on the private market. I've not seen the renewal. We have heard a whisper behind the scenes that it's a 0% change, so no increase in health premiums for next year, what we're expecting. I've been monitoring the listserv, and it looks like a lot of folks are not getting big increases in their premiums. The theory is there's not been a lot of elective surgeries this past year.
That's true.
And that's helped with some of the insurance rates. Another one I want to mention on the benefits real quick, though, is the retirement contribution. The pension system that the town participates in with the state has 3 sources of revenue: employer contributions, employee contributions, and then investment earnings from the pool of funds. A few years ago, they realized that the investment earnings were not meeting the expectations that the actuaries put in place. And the way they decided to address it was to have the employer increase their contributions for FY 21, 21, and 22. So this year, we see the last of that big percentage increase. That's where that line keeps going way up. When I first started here, the employer contribution was about the same level as the employee. It was 6%. Next year, we're looking at double for what the employee contributes. So big change. This next year is the last of those 3 increases. The last I heard from the retirement system is they are working with the county commissioners, the League of Municipalities, and talking about what they want to do next. So if this is an issue, obviously of importance, might be something good to plug into the League of Municipalities on and make our interest known. That increase from last year to this year is $35,000 for the town. And that's about consistent with what it's been each of those 3 years of the big jump. So we're looking at about $100,000 in extra cost over the 3 years.
And that percentage is based on the employee's salary.
That's right. So every employee, every full-time permanent employee over 1,000 hours, when we pay them, 6% comes right out and goes to the pension. And then the town makes the 10 or 11% contribution.
And what's the vesting schedule on the pension?
5 years, employees vested.
Perfect. Thank
And
you.
we don't have any, 6% is a lot.
It is a lot.
And really, you don't have a choice what your money is being done with,
Right.
So they don't have a choice. They can just put it in a 401K or something like that. Yeah.
So the town also offers a 401K.
That's on top of it. They still got to do the 6 though, right?
Right. It's not, and the retirement system, if your municipality participates,
You got
it's
it.
a requirement. If an employee works over 1,000 hours,
You got to participate.
you've got to enroll them.
Yeah, you got to participate.
Yep.
That is a lot.
That's not a good benefit. They may
In the long
think.
run.
Let me, I take that,
the
when you
long run, it
leave
is.
and you roll that pension over,
Yeah,
because
but
I've
she
done
just
that.
said it wasn't growing. That was one of the things.
No, but I'm saying you're contributing and the employer's contributing. So if you vest and you leave,
The return is locked in based on
Right.
years of
Yes.
service.
and that's
Right.
what
It's a
the benefit is.
defined benefit. You get the benefit
right.
however.
You can get that from annuity.
What is it that Duke, 3% now?
No, we don't have a retirement plan.
They got rid of it. It used to be, I think, 3%.
We don't have it.
I got you.
All right. So that's all.
Most people like it.
Yes.
I said, most people like to don't have it.
Yeah.
Because they just give you what the town would put in this, what do you call it, the
Employer contribution.
an employee contribution. They give it to the employees in cash. Rather, and then employees
Hope
can
they
invest.
invested.
Huh?
And hope they invested.
Yeah, they don't give it to you, they keep it, but it's in a cash balance. They
Right.
Okay.
So
okay.
when you leave or you retire, they give it to you.
I tell you, coming from somebody that's self-employed, y'all get it.
I know that's how GE does it.
Exactly.
So my husband-
But yeah, that's beyond the point. But I think it do sound like
It's a
it's
good
pretty
benefit.
tough. Somebody had paid 6%
Especially if you're
in.
not good at investing your money.
If that's going up, I think we really need to talk about it, especially if you say it's going up with employees.
Well, the employee side has remained constant at that 6%.
That's good.
It's the employer that's gone up.
Why is it going up, though?
So, because they're not getting the 3 pools, the investment earnings hasn't been what they expected, and so they have to make it up somewhere. And so just like you're saying, you don't want to increase the employee more than what they already have, so it's fallen to the employer. Now, good news, last year's investments, they said beat the estimate. So,
Expectation.
yes. So hopefully that will continue.
Back in the 80s and 90s, I worked with an insurance company, and our fund that we contribute to on the top of our pension, we had a guaranteed rate of return annually of 10% every year. Guaranteed.
Amy, are there any flex plans that are also,
Right.
what is the max on that?
Off the top of my head, I can't remember, but we do offer the medical and the dependent care flexible spending accounts, and the town lets them go up to the IRS maximum, whatever that is each year.
$2,600, something like that, I think.
Yeah, it's somewhere around there.
That helps with the 6% because you're taking out free tax dollars anyway.
You don't pay taxes on it. So.
All right, well, that's all I have. I'm going to turn things over to my colleagues, and then I'll see you again at the end.
Hey, Ronnie, let's take a 5-minute break.
Okay. I got a request for a 5-minute break, so let's see, I don't have the clock in front. I got 7:30, so let's revene at 7:35. Everybody's appreciate it.
Who's covering this? Is that going to be Amy or who?
Gary, you ready?
I just want to say sorry for that.
Okay. I'm going to call the meeting back to order. Commissioner Wilson had to step out for just a minute, but he'll be back. So, JG, it's all yours. I think the floor is yours.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I appreciate the time this evening. As Kelly said earlier, I think we all kind of missed this a little bit last year to get before you and talk about our budgets and what we're preparing for the next year to come and even the next 5 years. So appreciate the time tonight. So right now I have the Public Works hat on, so I'm going to go through Public Works first with everyone, and we'll get started. And the first program that I'm really going to talk about tonight in the budget, and it's just more, it's this budget and goal-oriented presentation. So the first thing is the litter. As we all know, and we've heard at some public comment sessions, that's a problem right now in Rolesville, and we're trying to address that, the issue of litter throughout town. We are participating in the NCDOT Litter Sweep program. Our date is going to be Saturday, April the 17th for that program. We currently have 25 individuals who have signed up to participate that day, so we're really excited about that event. You'll see more of that coming through our news blasts that come out through the town, through your FYIs next month as well. So we're excited about this program. Our goal is to take this group of volunteers who sign up for this event, see if we can't get them together, and see if we can't make a group out of this. Maybe it's a monthly activity where they get together. We'll be glad to help supply the supplies they need to go out throughout town to our big hot spots, for lack of a better word, for the litter that's along our streets. Public Works will go out for Saturday. What we'll do is we'll have, I think someone from our Parks Recreation staff will be there to greet folks, to give them out, vests, gloves, bags, some of the supplies we get from NCDOT. We'll have Public Works come in that afternoon and go around all the spots where the volunteers are telling us where they're going, and we'll collect all those bags up. So they're not going to be sitting out over the weekend. They're not going to be sitting out for weeks or months at a time. So anytime these groups get together, we'll know when they're going out, and we'll pick it up, if not that Saturday, first thing Monday morning. So that's kind of our plan from that. If we don't get a good volunteer group from this next core group that we have on the 17th, we'll look at investing more town resources, staff, seasonal staff, and those that we have at our availability to make sure we're going out at least monthly and trying. I can say I got to give a lot of credit to our Public Works staff. When they do get back into the mowing of the right-of-ways, they do try to pick up a lot of that, especially in the right-of-ways that we maintain with mowing. So that's why you don't see it as much during the summer on the main streets. But and again, we need to do a better job too of trying to policing that and seeing that as well. So that's something that's on the forefront of our agenda as we move forward for the next year as well.
So you don't try to do that every month?
That's our goal. We would like to get a volunteer group that will organize and kind of go out once a month and do this. And again, if we're not able to do that.
Different places each month?
Correct, yes, sir. We'll observe, through our Public Works, they're always out and around town. So we'll kind of have a little map with them. They can kind of mark where it's really bad, where we need to hit. And then when those volunteers come, it's like, hey, here's an area, maybe Jonesville Road and South Main Street of our hot zones right now. And then it may be North Main and Redford Place Drive, maybe a hot spot. So we'll just kind of always try to monitor where our bad zones are getting, so that month we can try to hit those.
I love it. I love it, but I just wanted to ask, what time is it on April 17th?
I believe we start at 9 a.m. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, and it's kind of floating from, I think it's from like 9 to 11. So if you have to get a little late, we'll have someone set up. We're actually meeting. That is also the opening day of the farmers market here. So because of that, we're actually going to have to pick up. We work with the Chief Simmons on that. We're going to use in front of PD for pickup of supplies. So that's where we're going to be meeting, starting at 9 a.m. on April the 17th.
And have you communicated about the volunteer program that you want to have? Has that been communicated to the public?
Internally, not to the public yet. So what we're going to do is we're going to work with that first initial group of those who volunteer for the litter sweep, and then we're going to also advertise at the same time. We're going to really start that push in the next week or two. Because you don't want to get too far out on the calendar. So in the next couple of weeks, that'll be a big push. You'll see through a recreation news blast and the town's news blast as well. Yes, ma'am.
I guess we just blast it.
Yes, ma'am. Yep.
Thanks, Jim.
And again, that goes back to, I believe it's goal 5 of the town, of the beautification of the town. So. A big ticket item you're going to see on the budget, again, it's been in the CIP for the last couple of years. This will be our third and hopefully final phase of mapping of our stormwater. This is, once we complete this phase of mapping, we will then move into the programming and the stormwater plan that we need to have in place. I believe it's, and Julie and Kelly can speak probably a little bit better to this than I can with the stormwater plan, but once we hit that population, I believe of 10,000, we have, I think, 3 years to have this plan in place. This will also help us get our maintenance program in place, so then we can budget how do we maintain our stormwater systems as well moving forward. Another ticket item that you're going to see it's new on this budget, and I apologize, I skipped my opening statement here. I'm just hitting a high level. Most of our operating budgets for Public Works is going to be your standard general operating budget. So I'm kind of just touching on the high level things that are new or different or impacting a little bit different on the budget this year. The development standards is something new. The town currently does not have any, I'm gonna call it a design manual for a developer. If you look at a lot of municipalities, they'll have, big binder. You walk in and you got this development and they say, well, here's our manual. It's on our website. And they'll go through and they'll make sure they're building all their plans to our standards. We currently don't have that manual in place. We have recommendations, we have things that we will tell them they need to follow. So streets, a lot of times we use NCDOT standards for that you have to meet this standard for build your street, or we'll tell them here's a cut sheet for a greenway that you have to do. So this is getting it started. It's not by any means going to develop the entire manual. This is just getting us started on that direction. So this budgeted will get, we're looking at streets, sidewalks, greenways, those big three transportation pieces to get started. So I think that's kind of a good start. That's a lot of stuff that we see, and that'll get us moving forward in the right direction. And then we can keep building upon this as we keep growing and moving forward. Again, going back to Amy's theme of growing, we're looking ahead to as we grow as well.
JD, you said that streets, greenways, and what was that?
Sidewalks, yes, ma'am. Another thing, if you may recall, we adopted a ADA policy through the town, and we're budgeting in our CIP, I think we've got $15,000 per year as we continue to move forward to address some ADA issues that we did an assessment of all town sites. And so what we're going to do is we're addressing those. A lot of these things you're going to see as we do resurfacing projects. A great example, Old Town. Once we go in there and we start resurfacing that, we'll address all of the ramps and the sidewalks and things that do not meet ADA compliance, and we'll address those with that construction. It has been brought to our attention, and we have reviewed Drayton Reserve. There's some ADA and crosswalks down there that need to be addressed, so that's something else that we want to make sure that we hit in the next budget with those funds. On our current budget, we did use some of these funds already. That's not budget, but we have used funds for ADA compliant when we did the remodel of the police department. Some of the things that were on that report, as they're doing that remodel, we went ahead and kind of checked those boxes to make sure we're getting that building up to compliant while we're doing the renovations. So we're already in that process. We adopted it this year. We're already started making those improvements already, and we're going to continue making those as we move forward. You're going to hear me refer a lot tonight also about our studies. We've done a lot of studies over the last few years, and it's like, well, what do we do with these studies? Well, tonight you're going to hear me talk a lot how we're using these studies as our references on how we grow and how we grow responsibly as well. One of the first things we're going to talk about with Public Works, again, it's another town goal 16. And I'm kind of stretching this one a little bit, but it's giving our staff what they need to, one, retain good staff, but two, also help them be more successful in their roles. So it's a software system. What we're looking for, I don't believe we're going to put it in this year's budget due to cost, but next year, that's something that's going to be coming. Again, thinking about that growth and what's coming along the lines. Again, organizational assessment, they focused a lot on Public Works, which I think was needed, and I appreciate all the work they put in that. And this was one of the big recommendations that came from this study was look at the data, look at the analytics that tell us that should drive our vision. It should drive what's our priorities moving forward. A system like this really helps us put in, work order systems, helps us track staff. How long are they spending mowing Main Street Park? How long are they spending on right-of-ways? So when we can justify, okay, well, it takes X amount of hours to get this job done, we can then justify, well, we may need 2 additional staff people or 2 additional seasonal staffs during these months to address these issues. we can also put our facilities in there. We can put our HVAC units in there, and we can track how much money are we spending. Are we to the point we need to replace this unit because we're spending too much money on replacements? So it helps us with our facilities as well in tracking all of our town's assets. Amy has touched on it, so I won't spend a lot of time on it, but we also have a transition coming up with the Public Works facility. As we know with cobblestone, current Public Works facility is, we always know, is a temporary solution. You know, it doesn't match our Main Street plan with that vision of a Public Works right in the middle of your downtown, right? So that transition will be happening in the near future with the sale of the property to Cobblestone. And so with that, you know, we've talked in depth in the last couple meetings about that as well, but it's important to know that that's going to be something on the budget as we move our Public Works facility to hopefully the permanent site, but in temporary housing. And so that's just one of the other big things that's going to be on our budget this year. A couple of CIP items. Again, Amy did a great job of kind of highlighting them. I just want to just touch base on them again. You know, a dump truck with a snow plow on it. You know, we've been very fortunate the last several years. We haven't really needed to get out and plow any streets. I think we're due, unfortunately, for one coming. So this will help us prepare and be ready as we take on. I believe we have a little over 36 miles of streets currently in the town that we're responsible for maintaining. So this, in addition to our current equipment, will help us do that. It'll help us grow our fleet. Again, as we continue to grow and the town grows, our fleet is in place. We're not having to spend a lot of money up front for fleet as we get there. This helps us prepare to get there as well.
Did you say 36 miles of street?
Yes, ma'am.
How's that even possible?
All of your subdivisions, those, you know, it adds up over time.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
So do we do all the clearing in-house now, or we still contract a little bit of it out when we have a big snow or something?
When we have a big snow, we've done the majority of it. If it's really bad, you know, we still have called on a contractor to help us. But the last several years, we've done it in-house.
Yeah, that's good.
Sir.
Do a good job. I know the town roads are better than the ones that are maintained by DOT, because we're the last place they come, I guess. Huh? Yeah, I guess they clearing the interstate first. I don't know, but we can get out in the neighborhoods. We just can't get nowhere after that.
Right, and you know your main corridors, as you alluded, are DOT maintained roads, so we depend on them. And if we do get ahead, we can get out and try to help out a little bit when we can.
Good.
And just in the big picture, it's a small item, but lawnmowers are something that we do have a replacement plan on. We try to replace about every 1,000 hours of use, which is about every 3 years of use on a mower. We found that that's usually when we start having more mechanical issues, and it's starting to cost us more to repair them, and then their downtime, and then we're getting behind on our cutting and our mowing. So we try to have one spare mower in, and as we rotate out, we'll surplus the spare out as we bring in a new fleet. So that's kind of where we found that happy balance with our mowing, with our maintenance crews. And so that's, you know, it seems like there's one every year. We have 3 that are currently on mowers. And so we have 4 mowers in the fleet, and as again, the oldest, you know, the one that gets rotated out goes to reserve, and the reserve gets surplus. And so that's kind of our rotation cycle for our mowers.
Michelle wants to know what that red truck is.
I was trying to find some fun images, and that looks like it's a packaging, you know, maybe it's got some pods or something like that on it, and that's the forklift on the back.
It's got a little low boy or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ronnie.
I know, I couldn't find any good images, and I couldn't spend too much time on it.
We don't have one of those, though, do we?
Unfortunately, we don't. It'd be fun, though.
Borrow one, Lowe's if we need.
Exactly, they're not that expensive to do that. I just wanted to ask a quick question. In terms of cutting around the town, so are you ever thrown off when you have issues like that? What took place on 401 last summer? I think where the grass had grew up so high that you couldn't see to make your turn over there by Rolesville High School. Do you step in when that happens, or do we just wait?
We had,
for-
I'm sorry.
No, that was it. I'm sorry, 'cause I was stumbling over my words because I forgot for a second what I was going to ask you. But how does that interfere with what you all are doing?
Right. So we do have a contract with 401 Main Street with NCDOT. We do maintain those right-of-ways and some on Rogers Road as well for DOT. The bypass is not maintained by the town. dating my age here with the town, but back when before they built the bypass, there's conversations with the town about the town doing the right-of-way maintenance or NCDOT, and there's talks about how we could upgrade, the medians and things like that in the town. Because of our resources and funds, we elected to let NCDOT maintain those. NCDOT last year did get behind on all of their right-of-way contracts throughout the state. And so that was one of the big issues why it was last year. It wasn't just a Rolesville problem, it was a statewide issue with right-of-way maintenance. We did have conversations that we said if it gets to the point we need to go out there, we'll go out there and try to cut down at least, 80 foot, 100 foot, whatever we need to give that sight line. So we almost went out there last year, but DOT did come before we got out there last year. So that is something that, we don't want to make a habit of having to do, but it's something that if we need to, we can address. Yes, ma'am.
And they're on a schedule, right, just around the whole state? How does this work?
Yeah, it's a contract through,
Last year, I'm not really sure.
yeah, it's a contract through NCDOT.
Yeah, DOT ran out of money. And when they ran out of money, one of the first things they did was stop all vegetation cutting. So they didn't do anywhere for a while there because they didn't have any money. They completely ran out of their cash.
In spite of the rainy day fund
Yeah.
the fund that the legislature accumulated, and they couldn't use any of that. That's the thing.
Everything was gone, so. Well, it didn't last long, just a couple months, I think, and then
It's a long time when you have cars.
Yeah.
when you're down the road.
Especially in the summertime.
Yeah. So that's why I was asking, because this summer, not that you know this, I'm just hoping that we don't run into that problem again, but I just want to know how much of an impact it had on public works.
Excuse me, that had very minimal just because we didn't have to go out and address it. There's, 4 intersections in town, I believe. So it wouldn't have been a huge burden. It would have put us behind a little bit, but it's something that we can manage and work into our schedule.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
It's a burden on the phone calling.
Emails.
Yeah. But anyway.
Our report of concern does work.
Oh, thanks.
The next one, as Amy said, this is a busy picture as well. So, but it encompasses everything I'm getting ready to talk about. It kind of relates to Goal 13, maintaining the town's financial strength. We currently have solid waste and PAL bill wrapped into the Public Works overall budget. And so what we're looking at is a division of dividing those line items outside of Public Works, creating their own line items for them to help track everything better. As Amy said, we have to track our PAL bill funds. So if it has its own line item, we can actually track where there's funds and where they're going, and it's not just lumped into one big budget line item. The same thing with our solid waste, yard waste, recycling, trash pickup. So kind of pull those out. So then it's good to monitor, helps us monitor our Public Works overall budget from year to year. What is that true budget? So if we're pulling out $570,000 for Old Town's resurfacing, you're going to see less, almost $600,000 less, most likely, in operating budget next year. Well, then we're having this question, why is there so much less this year? So if we pull it out, it helps us track it, and it's a visually, at least for us, to track and make sure we're monitoring in our operating budgets, moving across are kind of going the same level. Did I get that good, Amy? Sure. Okay. And then the last one I just kind of want to talk about, it's not a huge item, but it is something, as we went through COVID, cleaning of town hall and town facilities. It is something additional. We've used a lot more staff time that we have scheduled for our staff to do these cleanings of facilities. It is an increase in PPEs and cleaning supplies that, obviously last year we didn't really 100% budget for, didn't know what it was going to be. So we have a little better idea. So there's a little bit more money budgeted in ideas of how can we make sure we're maintaining safe facilities for our residents and our staff who's working these facilities as well. I think we've done a great job, so I would definitely want to thank all of our staff for what they've done to make sure that our buildings are safe and clean for the last year. So again, that was a very high level of Public Works. We've talked about the facility transition, the facility, the land. So we've kind of really talked about the big ticket items that we've already had. But if there is any other questions on Public Works, I'd be glad to try to address them. But again, our operating budget isn't changing a whole lot moving forward as far as day-to-day operations.
Do we have a plan, a schedule of the trash cans that's just around town, like at the parks and stuff, greenways, things like that? Is there a scheduled pickup for those, or?
We do.
How do we handle that, in other words?
We do. We have staff who go around. In our busy season, they may go around 2 or 3 times a week and dump those as they get full. Saturdays are a big day, so Saturdays are definitely a day we make sure. We do have, as we get eased back into shelter rentals, in the past, what we do for shelter rentals is we actually have staff who goes up there because we have so many rentals. We could have, 8 rentals a day between 3 shelters. And so we go up there and almost dump the trash in between rentals just because we're going to have an overflow. So we do it, our staff does a great job of maintaining that facility to make sure we don't have an overflow of trash. And I think that's why you see we don't really have much litter along our trail system as well. Our staff does do a great job when they see it picking up along there throughout the entire year, whether they're blowing their greenways of leaves and pine straw or they're just patrolling it. Our staff really does a great job. So we have volunteer groups like, we want to come and pick up litter in our parks. I'm like, love to have it. We don't have a whole lot, but come on out. So we don't really get many calls for that anymore just because our staff does a great job of maintaining. And I think that's why our parks are so high used is because of the appearance of them and they feel safe and secure in the shaded greenway. So I think the combination of that and just the cleanliness that our staff keeps it is a great reason why they're so popular.
Can I just ask a question? When you say events and trash, so after an event, is there a place where the renters take their trash, or they just leave it in the dumpster and staff comes and picks it up after every event?
Right. So in between rentals, we usually have a part-time staff member who kind of staffs just rentals because we have so many. And then what they'll do is they'll take their bags, and then we have a dumpster back on the backside, and we'll go and we'll do it. So there's a fresh bag. So we don't have.
Oh, so they do dump them into a dumpster?
We do. We have a dumpster on site.
No, you're saying staff does
Staff
that?
does.
But not the party goer?
Not the party goer, no, ma'am.
Why?
It's
Wouldn't
just-
that help cut down on staff's work?
It would. But again, you have to think about your users, and not all users are as thoughtful as others. And again, this really goes back to the beginning in 2005 when the park opened. That was kind of the standard that was laid out, and that's what we've maintained. It's been like that since day one of the park, of that kind of level of service. It's a high level of service. It's very high. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and I think that's the only way, you can do it for people just coming in and out. But maybe Michelle is onto something. If you actually renting a shelter or something, you ought to take the trash off, I would think.
Right.
Rather than fill up the trash
The
cans.
only way
and
to control
overflow.
that is to charge them
If they don't-
a fee.
Right.
That they pay up front and they get it back if they clean up. If they don't get it back, they don't. But again, who's going to clean up if they don't for the next person?
Right, then that's when
I
you-
think we need to stay with what we've got.
No, that's where you have your staff at, and if that's less work that the staff member has to do, they can move on to the next one. You said there's 8 stations, right?
Well, I mean, you potentially, that's kind of like the max in the spring or fall when you have your max rentals. You could have up to 8 rentals, or maybe even more. It's a 2-hour minimum, and there's at least a half-hour buffer between each rental. And there's 3 main shelters that are rented, and it's a high rental rate that we used to have pre-COVID.
I mean, I see it's working, but I'm just saying that's a way to cut down on staff's responsibilities at that moment. If someone is going to dump their trash and move on, I don't know, I just think that's less work, and there is a possibility to make more money with that trash, disposing of your trash after your event. But if the way you're doing, I'm sure it's working, but I'm just saying,
I'm very much used to our model we have.
yeah, no, I'm saying if it's working for you, that's good.
It sets a standard. When you come into your event, you have certain expectation what the look feels going to be.
No, and I understand that. I'm just saying if it works for you, that's fine, but I just thought that was an idea, like, okay, dump your trash when you're done. Your staff member comes over behind them and fills the bag or fills the container or, no, but if it's working the way it is, that's fine.
I think it's working unless it's overflowed. If they have an event where, we got the can out there and it's not enough, they overflow it and then you got it all on the ground everywhere else.
And I'm sure that happens, right?
Yeah.
Not typically. If we know it's a large, and these are usually birthday parties, if we know it's a large one, our staff has a great knowledge of what to expect. Sometimes they'll give them extra trash bags. If you think you're going to go out, here's another trash bag, please, use this and just have it bagged. Most of our users do pull and bag, and we have a cart. Staff comes by, dumps it in a cart, and they push it to the dumpster and just dispose of it that way.
All right, thank you.
That's good.
All right, Public Works, ready? All right, changing hats. We're going to go into Parks and Recreation. again, it's going to be a kind of a high level of what's kind of new and what have we been doing a little bit. And again, operating is pretty much status quo from the previous years. I'd like to really give staff a lot of credit. I don't think I can give them enough credit for what they've done during the COVID times and our programming that they've been able to continue, whether it's virtually or shifting and pivoting to a different, median versus it's, the drive-by bunny hop or the rock and rolls with Santa. So they've done a great job with what they've done. And so they've definitely stayed busy during the pandemic and making sure that our residents have some kind of outlet, or either virtually or through policies. So I want to start with events. I think that's a big thing, especially with July 4th coming up. So we're going to start with goals 1 and 4, and this kind of hits both of them. And we had a group come to us last year, and it kind of went through the advisory board for a moment. They're really interested in helping us with cultural programming, cultural events, large events, different cultural events throughout the town. And the advisory board has embraced that group. We haven't really had any hard set meetings yet due to COVID, but as we slowly start coming out of COVID, we're hoping to get that group back before the advisory board to kind of talk about what their vision is and how can they work with staff to improve and enhance our current programming and add new programming to our community. So that's one of the big things that we're really looking forward to. Another expense that's a little bit higher this year in our events, one of the reasons is our 4th of July. As you know, we are going with a new vendor for fireworks, so that cost is a little bit higher moving forward. So we're definitely looking forward to that. So that's one of the expenses. You're going to see that a lot on that did increase in our budget this year.
Was that out for bidding? Was that an amount that would have went out to bid?
Fireworks contract? Yes, ma'am. Another line item that you typically won't see in the budget in our rental is for summer camp. Summer camp is a very successful program that we've been running now for the last probably 4 or 5 years. And again, with the development of Cobblestone, we used the East Young Street building for that camp. Last summer, we were able to have a successful summer camp with no known COVID exposure in our camp. We did reduce our numbers, but we're able to use that facility. We're taking that same approach again this summer. And as of right now, we're still planning to use the 105A Young Street building until we get confirmation from Cobblestone on when we need to be off the property for their construction. So our goal is to use that building as long as we can, but we have built funds into our budget if we need to, especially for next year's summer camp, move to off-site. And so there are some rental fees associated with that we would have to pay. And we would try to recoup those costs in our registration fees as well. So it's not going to be a hit to the town directly, as we'll have those revenues to hopefully offset those costs as well. I can say that this year's summer camp is almost at full capacity. Some weeks already have waiting lists on them. So I mean, it's a very successful program. Our staff does a great job of leading those programs. The next one I'm going to talk about is our programming from our staff. This kind of hits on goal 2 with working with neighboring communities. During the COVID, we've had a weekly directors chat, and it's all the Parks and Recreation directors have the opportunity to jump on every Thursday morning, and then we talk about what are we doing, how does this executive order, how does it affect us, how are you doing this program, how are you doing that program. So it's been really great to really get that communication with our peers throughout the state, not just our Wake County peers, as we've started almost weekly or email chats going back and forth on what we're doing and how we're opening up throughout the whole pandemic. But it's been a great opportunity for us to network with all of the staff throughout the state. Even our coordinators are communicating with other coordinators throughout the state on the same level. How did you do this drive-in movie? How did you do a drive-by, Easter this year or egg instead of your egg hunt? So there's been a lot of conversation. So I think we've really focused in on that goal too during that. In a sense, in Eastern Wake County, we've kind of been the lead in how we've approached and moved forward with our policies and understanding the executive orders and making sure we're providing these opportunities for our citizens during this tough time, especially for the youth, who need that interaction, who lost that interaction, that social interaction they engage in, they need in for development. So we really take pride in being able to provide those programming. And our staff worked really hard to put policies in place, and we leaned on other municipalities to do that. I know this spring, some of the eastern Wake County communities are using a lot of our policies for youth athletics to be able to offer, as us and Wake Forest are the only two who offered last fall. So this is them getting back into it. So there's been a lot of conversation with our staff working with neighboring communities and agencies as well. So that really focused on that goal too, of how we are working with and making those great connections. And it's been very positive. You know, we've always kind of worked well with our neighboring communities, but that branch out across the state, it's been huge. So that's one positive we can look for. And it really helps us to how do we grow. So I just really want to give them a lot of credit for what they're doing through that programming. And we're able to maintain that programming. So, you know, in our revenues, you're going to see they're a lot lower this year due to lack of no rentals, facilities, you know, refunding all of last spring. So we take that financial, I'm going to say hit because of our bottom line on revenues, but we're conservatively projecting them again for next year as we start to continue. We're only off about 115 kids or so from last spring. So we're really seeing in youth athletics, we're seeing that come back. Our dance classes, art classes, while reduced numbers, are making. So we're seeing folks still want to engage in our programming.
JG, in regard to COVID-19, I have a question, and I'd like to direct it to town manager and to the town attorney. I'm hearing stories where when the vaccine becomes available to anybody and everybody, some employers are thinking about requiring all of their employees to be vaccinated. Can we do that?
Back to JG's, everybody's talking to everybody.
Yes.
That's a talk about issue. Nobody is, from my take, has said you must. There are incentives. For instance, we have an incentive program going on right here, Town Hall versus PD. And you saw those bagels back there. Town Hall is celebrated because we received 25% bar, and we have different markers. Trying to promote it in a positive manner, but we have not seen nor heard of anything that says you can or should or best practices to mandate yet.
Okay. And it's not mandated?
So the legal question has been, if a governmental entity wanted to mandate it, could they? So as a policy decision of the manager or of the board, if we wanted to make that an across-the-board requirement for your employment, could we do so? And the answer is the one that lawyers always give, and the answer is it depends.
Okay. Is that the same way with business? For instance, if I wanted to mandate my company that if you work for me, you were going to be vaccinated, could I do that?
Your lawyer will still tell you it depends, but it doesn't depend on as many things as it does if you are a public entity.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, and another question, I know we talked about in the mayor's meeting, are the employees any obligation to tell you whether they're vaccinated or not? I mean, from a HIPAA standpoint and those type of things, you may not even can ask them if they've been vaccinated. Any comment on that, David?
As a HIPAA issue, I think that is a misplaced concern.
Think so?
Yes. If the issue were, could you disclose to third parties PMI, health information that you have in your custody, could you disclose that to third parties? The answer would be no.
But as an employer, can you ask? Wasn't that your question? Can you ask if
Yeah.
you're vaccinated?
Can you make them tell you?
It is currently a standard practice across local government and public and private entities to do screenings in advance for all sorts of COVID-related items. That doesn't, whether that is a good idea or not is a different question. Whether HIPAA covers it, the answer is likely no. That's a federal statute.
So how much does religion play into that? Like, so for example, what Jackie just said, if my religion tells me I can't do that.
That's where the depends come in.
This is where the depends come in. It's not just in that aisle at the grocery store, as they say.
Okay, I figured as much.
I'm sorry to get off topic, JG, go ahead.
These are fantastic questions. Some of them we should take in a closed session if they are policy choices relating to legal counsel. It is the case that we as Americans use the word HIPAA as a casual term to mean more than what that statute particularly actually does. And so I was only speaking to the statute.
It's going to be interesting.
Great positive that came out of COVID, like you said, about the communicating not only locally, but around the state. That's a great best practice going forward.
Yes, ma'am. Even when the executive orders were slowing down and coming out, we still continued our weekly chats. Then it kind of evolved to how are you growing? How are you going to come out? And so it became more than just COVID conversation. So it was definitely a great conversation and starter. So again, looking for positives. I want to just kind of highlight again what our staff's been doing over the last year. Our comp plan, as you know, was completed in 2019. There's a lot of goals in that. And, you know, with our staff and what they currently have on their plates, it's hard to really pay a lot of attention to these comp goals. So as we went through some of these periods, last July, I believe it was, we all got together and had a big socially distanced together. And we had all of our comp goals up there. We said, all right, what's something that we know we can accomplish? What are these goals and who wants what? So we kind of assigned comp goals to staff that we know that we want to accomplish. You know, as we always talk about, these plans are something that they're our driver, they're our roadmap on where we want to go. So these goals and accomplishing them help us get to where we want to be as a department for the town and for our citizens. And so some of the goals that we either have completed and or are currently working towards and have made progress on, and just a quick highlight are greenway wayfinding standards, and we'll touch on that in a moment. Secure additional parkland. You know, we've had conversations, it's in our CIP, so we're making progress towards that to meet our future demand. And again, as growth comes, we need to start securing that land as we grow. Otherwise, these developers, it's going to be hard for us to put parks in these desired different regions, as you will, of the town that meet that demand and makes it within a reasonable drive to residents to get to a facility. You know, we're talking about a community center with a cobblestone. That's another one of our town goals is, you know, design and build a community center and use our rating system from our comp plan on the elements in that center that the residents want. So we've kind of got a lot of that base work already kind of built for us as we move forward with the cobblestone and the community center in that site. Develop a departmental manual and policies and procedures. You know, that's something that we've kind of always have lacked, we call it the hit by a bus book. So an employee comes in, you can kind of give them this manual, and it's kind of got almost how-to book on how to do things. And that's something we kind of lack. So we spent a lot of staff time the last couple of years and really dove in this past year into updating and getting that policy. And it's really come in handy as, you know, if you go back to organizational assessment of pool employees who are kind of shared by, you know, administrative staff. So with our admin coming in up front in this current budget, we've been able to give that to them. They've been able to take some of that workload a little bit off those general questions and things on how to do things to help our staff out. So that manual's been very helpful to us and staff as we continue to grow. Brand identity, as you've seen, the kind of the brand we took from the town logo and kind of branded the recreation department. That was another goal that came out of that, which we were able to complete. And, you know, just looking for unique opportunities for marketing and branding the department. So that's something we're working towards as well. We've started utilizing the big billboard for some of our programming. The digital sign out front, we utilize that for our programming and events that are going through the town. So those are just some of the ways that we have focused on this comprehensive master plan. Again, it's another plan from a couple of years, and we're really starting to chip away at those goals. And that's, again, it's our roadmap to how we want to build our department as we move forward.
Since you mentioned branding, just curious, who maintains our website? Is that
Several.
everybody?
Each department is kind of responsible for their page.
Gotcha. Because I received some feedback about the website and its lack of diversity showing up there. Rolesville is a diverse community, and I think we need to just be conscious of that and make sure we're scanning our website to make sure that
Yes, ma'am. The next one we'll jump into kind of reflects Goal 8 for the town, and that's to develop a plan to build and maintain community infrastructure. And Greenways falls into that category. We hope to execute the contract to start the open space greenway plan this week. Along with that, we have our bike and ped plan through with a grant with NCDOT. We have been able to work with DOT, and those are kind of parallel programs. We're able to combine those to help the town's resources on those. So Michael and I will be working together to help coordinate that project and move it forward. So we're excited to accomplish that, and that'll roll over into the next budget as well. Another item that we had is signs. That's another big ticket item that's going to carry over from currently this year. We have went out to bid. We solicited several companies. We have received bids for signage. You're going to see, hopefully, before this fiscal year is over, the wayfinding signage, I'm sorry, not the wayfinding, the gateway signs coming into town on both North Main and South Main, kind of getting a facelift on those. So we've got that. And one of the things that kind of for Parks and Recreations we're focused on is the Greenway wayfinding signage. So we're ready, we've got that approved. So we're ready to implement that program. We're going to start with Main Street Park. I believe we're close to having enough money in this budget to almost complete Main Street Park wayfinding. There's a lot of wayfinding through Main Street Park if you think about how it moves and turns and different ways of coming into the property. So we're going to spend some money in there on that, and then we'll move over. We'll keep working our way. We're working with H.H. Hunt to put in the same sign standard along the Granite Falls Greenway that they just completed, and then we'll work our way through the Heritage East Greenway and into Millbridge as well. So we want to make sure we hit all of our town parks first and then start building up the development greenways that we didn't have this standard in place when they were built, and we're making sure we're getting those in as we go. So that's kind of how our focus is with the Greenway wayfinding. And then we want to touch and update and kind of a little facelift to our park rule signs. Some of those signs are the same signs we put up in 2005. So it's time for us to just kind of do that little bit of a facelift. And Redford Place Park's a great example of that. You'll see in the next month or so a new sign going up. We're just going to go with the 10 to cover where the old Wake County logo and sign was for that facility. So we're going to have that sign go up. If you drive by, you kind of see like a little facelift. We got a new fencing for the last year. We had that in place with the help of Wake County. And then we also painted our score stands to match the town's colors to help that branding as well. I think my staff kind of looked at me sideways when we started talking about the colors, but I think it turned out really nice, and it helps bring that branding to the town at our facilities as well. So those are just some of the ways that we're doing to keep going with that.
Did you say Sanford Creek?
Redford Place.
What about the Greenway?
The wayfinding through there. So the Granite Falls Greenway that H.H. Hunt constructed as part of their agreement, they're going to install their wayfinding signage to meet our standards along that greenway as well. So I've been meeting with those representatives to make sure we get those installed.
Yeah, but what about all the way from there to Wake Forest? I know, is that included?
That's for next year's budget. Yes, sir. That's where we're going to start with Main Street Park and start working our way that way. And then that'll tie us in from Main Street to Granite Falls Greenway. Then we've got Millbridge and Heritage East. That will tie that whole corridor together until you get to Wake Forest. Start touching on Goal 16 first. Parks and Recreation, they have a professional certification. It's a certified Parks and Recreation professional. And it's one of those, again, going back to organizational assessment, it wanted to touch on professional development and helping staff, enhance their knowledge, their training. And this is one of the great ways to do that. So I have programmed in our staff to start working towards and almost having like group study sessions on working their way towards becoming certified Parks and Recreation professionals. It also goes back to a comprehensive master plan as that development. And as you'll see, that kind of goes into that succession planning, as we'll kind of touch on in a moment. But that's something that's a little bit more budget in our travel and training, is to make sure the staff gets the resources they need to be successful in studying and passing this exam. So again, it's another way of that professional development within our staff to help that building up our staff and retaining quality employees, as Goal 16 states. And my last point I want to talk about as we go through this tonight is additional staff. As Amy alluded to, there's 4 additional staff. One of those I've put in the budget as a recreation superintendent. As you know, currently my position as Parks and Recreation Director and overseeing Public Works, I'm kind of bouncing around a lot, so it's hard for me to really stay in that day-to-day operation mode of just one department or other. We do have a superintendent in Public Works who handles a lot, if not all, the day-to-day operations, and I have that communication with him, and he keeps me abreast of what's going on, and so we have a great communication. And so we're looking for that in the Parks and Recreation side as well. It is called out in our comprehensive master plan, in our future staffing. It is called out in that as a position that would be next as well. Pulling this chart, this is from our comprehensive master plan. So in that you see, this is a benchmarking with our peers. These are the communities we did all of our benchmarking for through that comprehensive master plan. A lot of those are in Wake County, and most of the others are in Mecklenburg County outside of Charlotte. So you kind of get that comparison of smaller communities outside of a large metropolitan area. As you can see, Rolesville ranked the lowest full-time employees per 1,000 population. We were at 0.4, with the median coming in at 0.76. And this is based on those numbers in 2018, 2019 at 8,700 people. So by that calculation with that, we're 2.5 employees currently short to be where our peers are as far as staffing goes. Again, I want to commend our staff on their work ethic and their abilities to come in and do the jobs as they need. But some assistance is needed. I'm not able to give them the attention they need to make sure all their programming is successful and help them bring along, again, in that succession planning. It's again, to kind of help build them up for that next level. So another stat I wanted to point out and I thought was interesting from the organizational assessment plan, we talked about percent change in population and percent change in staffing. So if you compare our peers in that study, if you look at their percentages in population and staffing, they're almost equal. You know, Clayton was 39% population and 40% staff. Rolesville population was 69% and the staff change was 53. And it's, again, preparing for the growth. I think now is a time it's important for us to prepare for that growth. And as we continue to catch up with that staffing level to meet the demand that we're going through, as Amy alluded to, we're going to have $55 million projects of CIP coming up. You've got to have staff to help maintain and grow. So I'm talking about Parks and Recreation and a little bit of Public Works in this, but at the same time, it's important to know that the town as a whole, we all, as we're growing, we got to grow to maintain that. And I'm here tonight to talk about, this position of Parks and Recreation. I'd like this statistic to kind of show you where and it relates to Parks and Recreation. It kind of puts us in that same path where, again, we're about 2.5 employees short.
So does that percent change, should that be aligned, more aligned, that bottom chart?
I think that's I think so. It's for the last 5 years. As we've grown, the staffing hasn't really grown with the growth of the town.
So you said you're 2.5 short, but you asked for 4, or did I misunderstand?
I'm 1.
You asked for 1.
There's 4 budgeted in this budget. I think PD is going to ask for a couple here in a little bit.
Oh, it's 4 for everybody?
I believe that's right.
Oh, it won't 4 for?
No, not for me.
Okay.
I'm not that greedy.
Really?
I mean, if you want to, I'll take it.
That's why I misunderstood you. Said
I apologize.
Yeah.
Just 1. We're just asking for 1. And this superintendent, and it goes to this succession planning, which comes from the organizational assessment. It gives that middle level. It gives a coordinator something to strive for, to attain, and give them that day-to-day guidance. It helps them with their program. Commissioner Manley helps us enhance our sponsorship opportunities with our local businesses. It allows us to do more because we're able to enhance as we've got the hands on deck. Is currently we have no bench. We currently have 1 employee who's out for a few weeks, and again, we have no depth. We've brought in some interns. I will call them interns. They're grad students. We've brought them in to help offset that load, but currently it falls to full-time staff. So if we're down 1, we have no bench to help out. So with this position, it could take that workload while still maintaining a reasonable workload. And that's what it really comes down to, is helping sure we maintain that feasible and a realistic workload for our staff. And again, succession planning helps that superintendent prepare to move up, to take more roles, maybe as assistant director, even director position, as the town, again, that growth is that first step to give us that model and that career ladder that I believe the PD's done a fantastic job of setting up. They have a great career ladder. So we're almost kind of modeling that a little bit to kind of show how we can help that internal staff to give. We're no longer a stepping stone community for staff. we can help retain our staff because they see that growth opportunity within our division.
So remind me again, you may have said, I missed it. What part of your organization would the superintendent have? Is it the public works or the park?
This would be for parks.
For the parks?
We currently have a superintendent in public works, and this will give that same level on the recreation side, so it'll help me in the current role of directing.
All the program coordinators and stuff would report to?
We report to superintendent, and they would assist them in their day-to-day. So again, it helps us enhance, and it takes that workload, it reduces that workload, which is, you know, as you can see by our staffing levels, is already low. And our staff, they never complain, they do a great job.
So you would have 2 reports in that organization?
In the current structure of Public Works and Parks and Recreation, yes, sir.
You would have 2 in the future?
Correct.
The two superintendents?
Right.
Gotcha.
And that's all I have for tonight.
That's the same here.
Yeah, and I guess
We're
it's-
getting there.
And I think it'll be addressed.
That's why I was listening and just watching. I was like, wait a second. We'll hear this. We're getting there.
So I think JG's done. Any questions for JG?
Thank you for your
So
time.
while they're
this evening.
switching and waiting for chief, for those, for the record, just to be clear, right now in the recommended budget, you'll see in 3 weeks, there are 4 full-time positions that will be recommended. We'll talk about 2 in police, and then we'll talk about the 4th, which you know about already. There is a late addition. There's a half. So it's going to be really 4.5, and we'll talk about that in planning too, so. Huh? Just since I've been sitting here, right?
If I can just interject, while the new chief is coming up, Gary may have addressed this, but we've got some, I know this is a relaxed meeting, but people are leaning back in their chairs, some wearing masks. If you could pull your microphones towards you for the benefit of the public, I'm just afraid that not everybody's being heard. Thank you.
People who are leaning back in their chairs and the mic is so far away and the mask on, and she was looking at me the entire time.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mr. Mayor.
Good evening.
Evening, thank you. It's been a long day. Yeah. Thank you for allowing me to come and present to you some of our current needs and future needs for the police department. First request is 2 officer positions. This hit goals 7 and 14, growing public safety for future needs. Also 14 with the staffing levels. These 2 officers will provide greater safety for the public and can be deployed to the patrol division during peak call hours. We have, based on some data that we have collected, and speaking with staff, we have identified peak hours being from around 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. for calls. That's total calls for service. And obviously, if you've been around town during that time, traffic is pretty heavy during those times. So these 2 officers, we would like to make them a swing shift car to address that concern. This will help keep the growth in the town, eventually becoming additions to for the 4 patrol squads that we currently have as the patrol division continues to grow. Speaking on this peak time, when we how we came to that conclusion is we have had a lot of officers get calls 5-10 minutes before shift change, which if it's their last shift to work for that day, we require them to put in a report before they leave if they're getting ready to go on a 2 or 3 day break. So that information is in the computer. So that's going to require them to stay over. So this will also help mitigate some of that comp time of having a swing car in there to pick up any of those late calls during that time period. And then, of course, special event coverage. These 2 officers will be available to provide more coverage during our many events that we have once we get back to having them here in town. Also, we deploy our resources from Rolesville to other jurisdictions around Wake County to assist with multi-agency traffic initiatives. So DWI checkpoints, speeding campaigns around the county. If there's a problem area that a jurisdiction is having issues with, they will send a request, and then we typically try to send personnel to assist with that. So currently, we are sending officers from the road. Whoever's working on that day of the request, we're sending them to assist the jurisdiction, which in return leaves the town at minimum staffing. So these two officers would obviously alleviate that as well. And then we do have the cost up here for the first year, which includes the vehicle, and then year 2 for the 2 personnel.
So that's for one additional vehicle and 2 positions?
That would be 2 additional vehicles with the 2 officers, yes, ma'am. And then obviously, as the town, the theme tonight is obviously growth. And as the town grows, calls for service are going to continue to grow. And I would like to point out, I know y'all can see the chart, the numbers are probably really small on your sheet and maybe small up here as well, but from 2019 to 2020, we had a total of 68% increase in total calls for service. So obviously, and this is totality, so this is all calls from service, self-initiated from a loud music complaint or loud noise complaint, all the way up to a more serious call. So that is a substantial increase between those 2 years. So in order to...
Is that related to the pandemic? Because I looked at the years prior, and they're more of a, kind of an average that's very much closer, and then that drastic shift in 2020.
It could be. I do believe we had some areas that were related to pandemic, people being at home more. Yes, ma'am. But with that being said, in order to continue to meet the safety and the needs of the town for future growth, staying ahead of the growth curve that Amy had showed y'all earlier is very important to us to address the public safety needs here in town. Any questions before we move on the 2 positions?
I have one question.
Yes, sir.
In the past, and it hasn't happened in a while, but in the past, we may get, because we're commissioners, a phone call on the weekend. And it's not an emergency call. It could be somebody called from another neighborhood and said, there's a wild party going on over there and it's noisy. What can you do about it? Let me make a phone call. So I call 556-7226, and it's on the weekend, so your office is not open. So I don't get an answer. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Is there a way that phone on the weekend can be forwarded to whoever is the ranking officer in charge, so we don't have to call 911 because it's non-emergency? Or has that already been fixed? It's been 2 years since I've had one.
It is still that way today. I would have to check to see about the forward capabilities of our telephone system, if we have that, for one. But 2, we do want to record that. I know it's a non-emergency, and then but I'm like you. On the weekend, somebody in the community may give me a call in reference to an issue that they have, and my recommendation is to call 911. Being it is recorded. It's not hearsay. They're going to get all the pertinent information. Sometimes we have seen low priority calls turn into a high priority call within instance, but it was delivered through the telephone. A lot of people have called, some people in a high priority call have called the police department when they really needed to call 911. It's just going to be a more direct route to get somebody dispatched and handle whatever you're doing. But I can provide you with a non-emergency number to the communications center. Maybe we can publish that.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
It is a different thought than what we used to be. 911 was reserved for emergency,
Yeah.
not anymore.
And that's a hard concept. You come from like New York like I
Right.
have, because
I know.
Christina has said to me as well, she's like, just call 911.
Right,
She said, trust me, they're expecting all types of calls.
right,
But it's still a hard concept, but
that's right.
trust me, I know how to use it.
Yeah.
It is very difficult. Our communications center, we're being stationed here in Wake County. We have a great communication center with Raleigh Wake Emergency Communications, and they have put together a staff that can handle the call volume from as small to all the way up to the large. So they've done a great job to be able to assist any call that comes out. So, all right, everybody else good? Moving along. Taser replacement. Currently, we have a taser. The model is called the X26, and from the company that we have purchased the taser from, and that does the maintenance, and also supports any parts or batteries that we need to change out. This model is no longer supported by the company, so we can go to a secondary outsource, but it's not going to be warranted through that company. So we're looking at upgrading to the new Taser 7. It's much more technological advanced. Its firmware makes it safer to deploy for all parties. The Taser 7, as you can see in the picture, it has 2 cartridges located on the front. Our current model only has 1. So it would only allow us to deploy 1 taser, one cartridge at a time, and then would have to either reload. And that would either be if there's multiple individuals that they're trying to gain compliance from, or they would have to either retreat to the car, or if some officers do carry extra on their belt. This model has it built in to the taser. It is more reliable due to the technology that they have put into this taser. It increases performance with less misses, clothing disconnects, which was an issue with the prior model. And it will overall, in return, give officers more confidence to de-escalate and pause a dangerous situation, which is the ultimate goal for this tool that we have. So going back, if you look at the slide, at the bottom there, we have applied for a grant through the Governor's Crime Commission. That grant was totaling for replacement of 10 tasers for $22,550. While we were speaking with her on that, in the event we have just applied. We have not been awarded this grant. In the event that we are awarded the grant, she worked us up another quote for the departmental cost for replacing the additional 10, which is the $23,409.
So you're looking for 20 tasers?
Yes, sir. Based on, we would like to have everybody outfitted the same. And another option that the Taser 7 offers that this one does not is a docking station allows you to take a battery out, put it in, and it'll automatically download the information from the taser, which in return also charges it. Our current model does not do that. We have to actually physically hook it up to a laptop to be able to obtain that information. So, yes, ma'am.
So you're looking at the grant to pay for 10 and the department pay for 10? Is that kind of what you?
Yes, sir.
Need to meet.
That's correct.
And if the grant doesn't come through, then we would have to pay for 20
Yes, sir.
to get all 20 then?
Yes, sir.
What's your probability of getting the grant, you think?
We were told very good at the last conversation.
For the sake of our ignorance, what kind of information does that taser store?
It is a lot. For one, battery life. If there's anything, if it's showing any errors within the instrument, it'll pop up on there. If you have deployed it, it'll give you that information, how long it was deployed, how many times it was deployed. There's a lot of pertinent information that we use throughout the use of force investigation that we can obtain.
Nice. Do you know when they're going to make a decision on that grant?
I was advised around October it would be closed and a decision would be made. Some operational improvements. Currently, the technology improvements that we're looking to make is by adding a program called Leads Online. It is an investigative tool that are used by many of our surrounding jurisdictions. Has anybody heard of this? Tool? Yes, sir.
I went to the conference.
Okay. All right. Excellent tool for our investigative division and for officers as well. So the pawn shops, they're required to report everything that comes in. They put it in a database, who brings it in, along with some other demographics that they collect. And this system they offer to law enforcement, which allows us to access the database to retrieve this information. For an example, in near past, we had a resident get broke into, some items were stolen and were pawned, and we relied on another agency for the information, but we found the items in Fayetteville, North Carolina. So we were able to go to Fayetteville, retrieve the stolen items, and bring them back to the victim in the crime. So
That's good.
it's a great tool. The next one is,
What does that tool cost? Do you
it
have a
is
cost?
$2,500.
25?
Yes, sir. Annually. And the next one is Agency 360. This is a field training tool that kind of brings us into the 21st century of field training. It's all electronic. So now when we have some documents that are electronic when we're training new officers to the department, but it ends up being in a 5-inch 3-ring binder at the end of the day, and we have to house those for some time. So this will allow us to move completely electronic. It is stored on a cloud-based that we can access. For an example, for this, what I mean by that is kind of what we're doing with some of our stuff that we're doing now with financial. It'll allow me to sign and document through the FTO training from anywhere. As long as I have access to my phone or laptop or iPad, I would be able to go on, and I can track the progress. So I wish I had this many years ago. It would have made life a lot easier and saved a lot of ink. Any questions on that?
What does that one cost, you know?
Yes, sir. The initial setup is $1,000, and then along with $1,197 per year after that.
So $1,200 a year.
Yes, sir. Again, we feel this, we had Sergeant Myers sit in on a conference, and Captain Haynes and myself with the company that was presenting information, and we've explored some other ideas too, and this one really stuck out to us. And they would allow us to customize it to our needs. We would be able to take basically our FTO manual now and submit it in there electronically, and we could format it to the way we need currently. So, moving on down, just to hit a couple of future items. We are currently in the testing and evaluation phase for duty sidearms. It is my understanding. Again, I was here several years back, but going back a little bit further, we've had our current model and caliber firearm for at least 20 years. Maybe not the same gun. We may have switched out firearms, but we've had the same model and make.
What is that?
The Glock 21, which is a 45 ACP round. It's a really big handgun. So we're in the, we have recently went to the range and we've tested some other brands. We're looking at different calibers, different makes. This is going to be we're not going to rush into it. We're, again, just like some of the other stuff we're talking about, the technology and some of the changes that they have made for duty weapons will serve the officers the best. So we want to make sure we get our staff the best that's available to them, that's going to fit the needs of the department. So the next thing we're looking at is for probably next year is we're also testing and evaluating body and in-car camera systems. I didn't know exactly how long, and I believe the last person had advised, because again, I've been in about 3 years now, so it's been in 6 years, I think, is the last time that is when we implemented our current system. It's no longer serving our needs. It is a server-based storage. So we're looking to Most all of the companies that we're exploring right now are cloud-based. And again, the technology that they offer nowadays with compatibility to the new TASER, when a TASER is activated, all the cameras come on. So for an example, some of the technology that's in there, if you were to pull your TASER and activate it, it would automatically cut your body mic on and your in-car camera on for you. So if they were in a very heated situation, they didn't have time to cut the actual mic on, that would do it for them. So the technology out there is becoming very good, and they're actually tailoring it to some of the situations that they have seen from the footage to help mitigate some situations in court. So, and that's all I have. That's what we're looking at for the upcoming year.
So those last two items, were you looking at future as next budget year?
Yes,
Is that
sir.
what you're kind of looking for?
Yes, sir.
Maybe a year away?
Yes, sir.
Oh, not this budget year?
Not this budget year, no, ma'am. Next budget year.
For the last two, the second two.
Oh, okay.
I guess the body and the in-car camera way the system work, it has to be everybody at one time, right?
Yes, sir, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's just a mass change out because you're changing the program, software and everything.
Yes, sir. You know, it's not like a laptop where you could get
Right.
a couple, because as long as you can run the same software. These would have to be departmental-wide,
Right.
unfortunately, but there's
What,
some.
what about the sidearms? Can you phase that in over a period of time?
That we possibly can, and we have discussed that. Of course, we're trying to play devil's advocate if we did that and not do it all at one time, and we do think that is a possibility.
So I would think some officers have pretty new weapons and stuff, don't they?
They do.
But the model is still 20 years old.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
sir.
It's a 9mm.
It is. We currently have a 45 ACP, and if you don't know, you may or may not. It's a very large round, and the Glock 21 is a full-size duty weapon, and it's very close to one of the largest frame duty weapons that an officer can carry. So, a lot of trends now are going to a smaller weapon, which is allows for easily for smaller individuals to handle them. A smaller caliber, as the 9mm, it's a little bit easier to shoot for if you have somebody that's has smaller hands or has trouble with the large frame weapon. So this will give us a little bit more diversity with the weapon.
So it works well for small hands or larger hands, but better for smaller type hands? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. They do come with different back straps. For example, one model we looked at, they didn't have the small, medium, large back strap that would change the size of the grip, but you could purchase the whole frame, a small, medium, large frame, and you just take the slide off of one and put it on the other. That obviously came with a little extra cost, but so even if we had somebody with a big hand and a smaller gun wouldn't work, we could get them a larger frame, or we could equip them with the larger back strap.
Out of curiosity, the clip, how many does it hold?
The models that we're looking at, with
The one you have now?
13. Yes, sir. But the models we're looking at will hold up to 17
Okay.
rounds. Yes, sir. So to also give us, the smaller rounds, you're going to get more ammo.
Yeah.
Capacity. So, which is a plus.
Yes.
If you need it.
So Dave, on the two officers, you may have mentioned it, and I didn't catch it. Are you looking at hiring them July 1, both of them at the same time, or looking at phasing them in, or what are you looking at those?
Yes, sir. It's a good question. We are not. We would like to hire them at the same time, but we're looking at pushing it out to October 1.
October.
After October 1, yes, sir.
That would be a 3/4 of a year budget then, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir.
If I do my math right.
Quick question, ammo. Are you all having a problem with that? Is the county having a problem with ammo right now? And what do you all do in terms of inventory?
Yes,
If that's okay to ask that.
I think it's okay. It's a
fine.
fair question. We have been planning, we've been good stewards of the ammo, so we are okay on our current, our firearms instructor and range master has, he's been doing a good job of keeping up with what it is. But I will say that our past order is still not fulfilled, and we ordered that July of last year.
Oh, my gosh.
So, and another thing, going back to the weapons, again for future, but the round that we're looking to go to is right much cheaper than the round we currently carry.
Okay.
And it seems that right now that may be a little bit more readily available, some of the other calibers than what we're getting. We're still missing some shipments. We have gotten partial shipment in of what we just ordered, but we're still waiting on some more items.
Yeah, I heard there's such a shortage on ammos. Just curious.
Sounds like those new guns would be a little easier on y'all's bodies, too.
Yes, ma'am. Obviously, something else that we were looking at might be further down the road, but looking at alleviating some weight from the hips. So a lighter gun, a less smaller bullet on your hips, so you take a little bit of weight off your hips and your back.
That's it. Dave, I just want to say you guys are doing a great job over there. I know your main focus is to protect the community, and you do a good job of that, but also to serve the community. I know we got an email this past week about, the service. I think you personally did, I believe. I'm not sure about that, but, that's a good demonstration for your department that, we feel like you guys are out there to serve the community as well, and just pass that along to all your folks that it's good hearing that,
We appreciate that. I helped facilitate. I didn't do it, but the staff was able to help that individual out.
Right.
So I
And you don't
appreciate
have to do that on guests, but it's really nice to be able to serve the community, to be there when you can and stuff.
We want to provide the highest level of customer service, we can to everybody here in Rolesville, so
And I just want to say congratulations again, Chief.
thank you, ma'am.
And also a thank you to you and the officers that assisted me yesterday. Very much appreciated, very much.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, guys.
Good evening, everyone. Up next is Community and Economic Development, and I will just touch on a few key items and upcoming priorities for the department. This department, of course, supports community and economic development activities in town, business attraction, retention, promotion of small business development and entrepreneurship. And most of the activities and work kind of fall under that mindful growth goal of the strategic plan. So yeah, just thinking about a couple upcoming priorities. One of which is the department's requesting some funds to initiate a planning effort for a small area plan or feasibility study for this area that was brought up kind of south along the US 401 bypass where Fowler Road is planned to be extended. What we'd like to do is really start to identify potential areas for commercial and industrial development, really get real about creating this employment corridor. I think anecdotally, we've always talked about it. We saw this area sort of south of the bypass as having potential. We'd like to get the community transportation plan approved and completed first, and then also our land development ordinance. But I think one of the next steps to really target an area for an employment corridor, industrial manufacturing, whatever that might be, is to just really get serious about designating an area, coming up with a plan, and start to develop this area and look at the potential and put in place some strategies that will make it more attractive for future economic development. For a future, we're hearing a lot about North Carolina being one of the top states to attracting life sciences, and especially Wake County, Charlotte and Wake County. And so, if we can get ourselves on the map to have a site, a large parcel, a large acreage that someday might be attractive to a biotechnology or a life science firm, I think that would be great for us to do. So that plan, we'd like to do that in the next coming year. This plan could include a market analysis, just to kind of determine. Again, we've always kind of talked about it, but I think it would be nice to have, some real data, real research to tell us, is this a right fit? Does this make sense? Is there potential? Or do we need to, there's too many barriers to development and we need to move on and designate some other places. Maybe there's some other larger tracts of land in different parts of town. But anyway, just kind of getting something that we can have our hands to tell us what's the potential for a future commercial and employment corridor there.
I think that's a great idea. Can you point those?
Yeah.
Where is it on there where the Fowler Road? I'm visual.
There you go.
See, and I can't see
Yeah.
it from making it bigger on my.
Is it the, what is it, pointer options? Is it this? Okay, so here is Fowler Road right now, and then Young Street is coming down, so this is the high school. And Fowler Road's coming up through here. So even our future, our comprehensive plan and our future land use map has identified this area as a potential business park right in here, and Fowler Road would kind of continue in our current community transportation plan through here, hit up with Jonesville Road right here, and then keep kind of coming through eventually. I don't know exactly where through here.
Is that behind the church?
Yeah, here's that church parcel right there. And right here, we've kind of, we might want to include this area around here. Again, in our future land use map, we see this as mixed-use neighborhood. Even up here where the point is going in now, mixed-use neighborhood. But just kind of, we've heard, of some topographical challenges, just anecdotally again, but we'd like to see, is, what's out there and just get some strategies from a consultant on how we can start to make this attractive. What are some of the things the town can start doing? Talking to the landowners out here, thinking about rezoning efforts, and just access, the viability of what this Fowler Road extension would mean for this area. Just starting to get real about targeting an area for future commercial development, so.
I really appreciate you doing that, taking a look at that, because, I know my experience with Triangle J and other areas. I mean, there's places here, especially in Granville County, Vance County, all these places, they have these parks, these industrial parks, and they are shovel-ready. I mean, the developer has not spent any money at all. They have it ready where they can come in and put their site there. And to ask a developer to build a road, I think it's gonna be a big turnoff on somebody, it's gonna turn them off right when you say that off the start, because they can find so many other places to go to build their industry that is shovel-ready, really, and this is not, and we would have to spend a lot of money, and a lot of places spend money to make it shovel-ready, and we would have to spend a lot of money to do that. And it may be, be pretty good at it. You may could find something that is more practical. Is that a good word? I'm trying to be more practical, that they would be more appealing to someone that wants to put a industry there or something.
Yeah. And I know you've had challenges because back when we had REDAC, Wake County had a shovel-ready program. But the problem was that once the landowner committed to a shovel-ready program, they changed the zoning immediately. So you've got a farmer out there with AR-40 zoning, not paying hardly any taxes, and they change it to commercial, and his taxes triple. Or even more than that, in 1 year. So we could not get anyone in the northern Wake County area to participate in that shovel-ready program because of that caveat.
Do they still have that, Jackie?
No, I don't think it, I don't know because I'm not involved. I don't know if Sheila knows because she's involved with that now or not.
There's a site assessment program, so they help with.
But they don't require the rezoning and all, do they?
Right.
As long as that would be one, that's good.
Yeah.
See,
I think that's the stickers, rezoning.
Because we met with somebody from Wake County.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they'll look at the existing sites. We send in, and we have sent in a few parcels that we think have potential, and they have a program where they'll assess it and look at, where's the water, where's the sewer, where's the transportation access, and kind of give you a rating. But it's for an internal use, just for our purposes, to kind of make that determination. Does it make sense to have the town invest further to do some more due diligence, to get a site more ready? So I think with a small area plan like this, that'll really help us to start making those decisions and determining how much, we would want to invest in something like that. So,
So you're proposing this study for this upcoming fiscal year?
yes.
Is there a cost?
We're asking for $40,000 right now. And again, I think once that community transportation plan and the land use development ordinance has been approved, we'll be ready to go. And just thinking about some other activities. We've been working the past few months to kind of get a Main Street group going. And so just in terms of getting this group up and running, we think it'll be further along by next year and can foresee some activities starting to take shape. And so we wanted to just put aside some seed money, for lack of a better term, just knowing that this group will be ready by next year. And this could involve some marketing activities of downtown, of Main Street, perhaps beautification efforts, and even setting up a facade improvement program or something of that nature for this group. So we wanted to just put aside a little money to do that as we get this group up and running. And just some other things, some existing activities. We're going to bring the contribution that we annually give to the chamber under this department this year. So you might recall the town approved $24,000 for the chamber, and we'll be meeting with the chamber again. Our next annual meeting with them will be on April 15th to further review that MOU that the town and the chamber have together. And talk about some of their ongoing activities and some new ideas for this next fiscal year. And other than that, those were some of the key items, in addition to usual operating items, marketing activities. We'll be monitoring the American Rescue Plan to see what's going to be available. This past year, we kept the community and the businesses aware of the COVID-19 relief programs. So some of those have been expanded and continued with the American Rescue Plan we're seeing. So we'll continue to do that to share that information with the local business community. And
What's the seed money cost, did you mention?
$10,000.
$10,000 for what?
For the seed money for the Main Street downtown development group.
That's on top of the 40.
Yes, 40 for the small area plan, and then 10 for the Main Street group. And those are the big ones, and apart from.
Where does the money for?
Is it Main Street or Rolesville?
To get the seed money for this
Rolesville,
Main
Main
Street
Street.
Association.
Roseville Downtown.
Development
Rolesville
Association.
Downtown Development Association, yes.
Did I miss it?
What would, Michelle was asking, what would you use that seed money for?
Marketing efforts. We're getting the group together right now, and we just didn't want to find ourselves in a spot 6 months, a year from now, ready to go without kind of and be in need of a few $1,000s to do some marketing or do some beautification efforts. Possibly a facade improvement program where we're setting up maybe a matching grant to encourage business owners to paint their storefront or redo an awning or do their facade, and some money could kind of go to match that. The business owner puts in $1,000 and this seed money puts in $1,000 and for things like that.
A matching thing.
Yeah, something like a matching grant.
Does it have anything to do with the, there was a Zoom call, Michael, I think you may have been on it too, where someone was referring to the plantings and the whatever, what do you call it, like the landscaping?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
gotcha.
And we'll have to figure out, as we're coordinating it with the Main Street grant project, and that survey went out a few months ago for some ideas on the kind of the public realm spaces and the medians and things like that. So there might be some projects there where this group could pitch in to help out with some of those design elements.
All right.
Again, we probably don't want to do anything before construction, but if there's a way to kind of be a part of that project a little bit and do some supplemental things to what the grant money is going to pay for.
Okay, all right, gotcha, thank you.
I imagine a lot of it would be marketing and outreach,
Yep,
letting people know, hey, it's coming around.
right. I think in the beginning, it's just keeping downtown Rolesville on the front of minds in the area, in the region, and just putting ourselves on the map and just keep talking about Main Street and downtown and
In the nation.
in the nation,
Yeah,
yep,
broader.
internationally, right. Right. So, and we continue to market in, the Visit Raleigh magazine, and then this is a picture here of, on the left-hand side of what we put in the statewide business North Carolina magazine this past year. So.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
I think, Kelly, we in overtime.
Yeah, I know. So planning, and then, if we can,
Do we need a quick break, anybody?
oh, yes, do you want a
Need
break?
quick break? I think we're good.
I thought he said you had, no.
Let's fly straight through.
I thought he said yes. Did he say yes?
Did he say yes?
Kelly, did you say oh yes to the break?
No, it's up to you.
No.
Oh, okay, you saying oh yes,
We'll
maybe
roll.
that was what it was, okay.
Michelle, you need to break.
No, I'm good, I'm ready to
You wanna give me the red
finish
light?
out.
Oh, never mind then, never mind. I bet Julie does.
Hi, Julie.
That's smart. Now,
Yes.
that lady, that
Did
reverend
you get to see
thing right there.
Danny before he left?
I did.
No.
I saw him the last day.
I came in, he said, oh, you missed him out of 3 minutes. I'm like, no, I didn't. I said, Danny, you gotta come back. And then I saw him.
How is everybody? You hanging in?
Yeah,
All
we
right.
are.
I know you just passed on your break, so your last shot. All right, I'll try to be quick.
Thank you.
So, there's always one in the crowd.
Well, I can say from going to, doing the Zoom meetings for our LDO, this lady knows how to run a meeting. She doesn't mess around with stuff we don't need to hear. She hits the highlights. I love her meetings.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So we are going to start with the staffing. It is one of the issues that we've talked about a lot tonight. We are not putting forth one of those 4 positions because we already have it in the current budget. So for this year, this fiscal year, 2021, we had a planner 1 position. It has not yet been filled, but we want to make you aware that we are filling that. The new planning director will be working through that process as one of their first goals is to get that planner 1 hired. So we will be a 4-person team. That came out of the organizational assessment. The planning department had their own organizational assessment before we did the townwide organizational assessment, and in both of those assessments, it was clear that our department needs to grow. And as the town is growing, you've already heard every department has that stress. And so we had already had that in the budget. Our next step, the next step that you're going to be seeing in the near future will be a part-time code enforcer to come on in the department to help with those beautification ideas and those the more notices of violations and the things that need to have more staff time involved with the tracking of the cases than we may have time to give at this point to those things. So we're looking at bringing on a part-time code enforcer. That'll be something that you see in the near future.
This is your point 5. I think we need to start. We need to be out there a little bit. We have a hard time even reacting in a timely fashion. So, and I think there's a good 1 or 2 individuals out there in Rolesville that could really pick this up and help us. So you'll see, we don't have this, we're gonna work through this great idea we've had in the last 48 hours. But we just came to terms that we need to step it up. So you'll see more of this on the 18th when I present the budget, but this is the 0.5.
So one of the other things that we're doing to step up our organization and to step up our response time is a management software suite for the planning department. We would like something that integrates with the financial software that we're getting ready to move towards. So we're looking for something that will encompass what we do in the planning department, but still talk with the rest of the town software. But we do outsource right now for our building permits, so we work with the county for that building permit process, and we also work with City of Raleigh for utility permits. What we need is for our own permits and our own development reviews and our own project management. Currently, we have a lot of projects on the table. You'll be seeing those in the near months as they come through TRC, through the planning board, and then land on your agenda as the last step for approval processes. So you're going to be seeing those things come through. Right now, we've got a full dance card. And so the project management software is something that we really need for that tracking. And it hits on goals 14 and 15. And one of those main goals that I really want to drive home for you is that it's proactive communication with the community. Where am I in the development process? Where is my permit in review? Has it been reviewed? Do I have comments on it? Is it, where is it in the process? When is it being scheduled? What do I need to do next? And so it helps that communication with the developers, the engineers, and the citizens to make sure that they understand where we are in the process. And it also gives accountability to both sides of we're waiting on you for something to be submitted to us, and it gives us accountability on our side. Are we keeping our review cycles as tight as possible? Are we delaying on reviews? Do we need more staff to cover those reviews? So it gives us those tracking and project management skills that we need to really serve the community at our best level. So one of the other hot tickets that I've heard in the past 9 months that I've been here is we have been interested in the ETJ expansion, and this hits upon goal 3. And so with the ETJ expansion, right now we've been on a holding pattern because the ETJ expansion framework is changing as part of Plan Wake. Plan Wake is the new comprehensive plan from the Wake County planning, and we have been working with them through this process. They currently have the development framework draft ready. It was just recommended for approval by the Wake County Planning Commission, and it will be going for a public hearing very soon. It was supposed to be scheduled for March 15th. I think there was a delay in that. So as soon as that is scheduled, they should be approving that. I do believe the comment section is still open at this time for public comment. So some of those changes for the ETJ expansion makes the process a little bit easier. We no longer have to do large chunks. We are encouraged to do smaller areas. So you don't have to go after all the ETJ at once. Makes the process a little bit easier. We also need to align with the development map as that comes forward. So we're making sure that we're on track with everybody else and that we're all playing by the same rules. The criteria is no longer as extensive as it was on how we are annexing the ETJ. So there was a criteria in the past where in order to get more ETJ, you had to prove that you had already annexed so many parcels into your community, and that criteria will no longer exist as soon as this plan is adopted. And we do still have to demonstrate our ability to extend our services. We still have to demonstrate that we are documenting our community engagement process to make sure that the public is fully aware that once we do an ETJ expansion, we are not forcibly annexing. That is always a concern. You get people who hear ETJ expansion and they think that's synonymous with annexation. So you have to document the process to make sure that you're really engaging the community and helping them understand the difference between the two processes. And then you have to demonstrate that you're working with the county to achieve the comprehensive goals. Not only the comprehensive goals of Plan Wake, but also your own comprehensive goals. And that is why this project has taken a little bit time, as because Wake County has been working with all the different communities to make certain that what we're doing is a comprehensive plan, not only for just the areas in the county, but as the county as a whole. And that brings us to our comprehensive plan and where we are in our comprehensive plan. Comprehensive plans should be updated every 5 years. Ours was last adopted in 2017. So 2022, the magic year that we have to start looking at our comprehensive plan. Good news is that we've actually been following the comprehensive plan. We've been achieving goals. So of the 20 goals that were outlined in the comprehensive plan, and these are the main goals, not the sub-goals, but of the 20 main goals that we had, there are 0 that have not been started on. There are 2 that are around the 25%. They've been started on. We're dipping our toes in the water, so to speak, but we haven't actually started really gaining the momentum with those projects. But they are in the progress. They are in the process of getting started. We have decided how to move forward with those goals. We have 7 that are at about the 50% range. We've started things. We've got plans in motion. We are getting ready to go bid on projects. We have contracts ready to be signed. You know, we're ready to go on these things. And as those plans come to fruition, as they come to completion, they will be moving up the line. We have 11 goals in the 75% category where we're almost there. We are taking it home, and most of those 11 are based on the CTP that's getting ready to come before you at your next meeting on April 6th, and the LDO, which will be adopted by July 1. So those are your large chunk of your goals for the comprehensive plan will be at 100% by July 1. So that is the time when we start reassessing those goals. How have they served us? How has the land use plan served us? How do we want to change it? Where do we want to see ourselves? As we're updating the strategic plan, as we're updating our comprehensive plan, as we update the land use map, we take all these plans and policies into place, and you can see how they really start shaping the vision of the town. And so it's time for that to be re-looked at, to be reevaluated, and for those goals to be reset, so that we have something else to achieve. The fact that we have 20 goals, all of them have been started, and only 2 are still in the baby step process. We are achieving things behind the scenes, and it's time to update those goals. So you'll be seeing that in your CIP projects over the next 2 years. You'll see money put aside so we can start that process of assessing where we are, a little bit more than what I did for tonight's talk. And then we are going to start gathering that information, gathering that steam, gathering that speed. So in the 2022-23 time, we will be able to update that comprehensive plan and bring you something new that we can achieve together in the next 5 years from there.
Is the thoroughfare plan one of the 20?
Yes. Yes, that is one of those plans that marked at the 11%. That's getting ready to move over to the 100%. It'll be the first one that gets to the 100% if you pass it on April 6th.
So we'll see that one April.
Mm-hmm, yeah. Yeah, it's been through the planning board. They have a recommendation on the table, and
Scheduled for next Tuesday.
you'll see that you have a public hearing on it on Tuesday night.
Julie, how long have you been here?
I've been here 9 months, almost 10.
So who was doing this, you and Danny?
And Shelley. It's our department. Mm-hmm.
Good for you guys, because that was a big list.
Well, thank you.
Oh, my gosh.
Thank you very much. So did you have any questions about what I presented?
So I do have a comment. Thank you for bringing that up. So Julie has been interim planning director for 2 days, technically, but she has been doing yeoman's director job for the last period of time. I just want to take this moment to thank her for the last 30 to 45 days, the effort she's put forth, and Shelley, on transitioning from a director who we knew was retiring and such, and really keeping the balls rolling. There's a lot there. She said the dance car is full. It's really full, and there's a lot of people waiting to get on that dance car, we think, but we're going to keep it going. So on my behalf, I just want to make sure I acknowledge Julie's efforts that she's been putting forth.
Yes, thank you for everything and for not leaving.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Good job.
Thank you very
Appreciate that. Now, I did miss the date that you want if you get this in the budget, the day you want the planner to start, Planner 1. Is that a July 1?
Yeah, we're going to try and get it still hired this fiscal year. The goal would be probably July 1.
Mm-hmm.
So July 1, and also on the part-time one too.
You have to give me a little time on that one.
Yeah,
Not certain, I don't have that one all worked out yet in my mind, but I don't think it's a July one.
So all that affects the budget, you know. so.
Yeah, right. I don't have, I do.
Don't back away.
I do.
You just said that a few minutes
I do. But it may be ready by July 1. I just don't,
Okay.
we haven't even put a dollar amount yet to it, so.
I've been interim planning director for 2 days.
Yeah.
Give me just a little bit of time.
You get 3 days.
She'll have it tomorrow.
I'll take it. I will take it. Thank you. So, yeah, just, I wanted to make sure we mentioned it so you're not surprised by that request later. It is not a full-time position. It is a part-time position to help with that. And that, it may start as, a part-time and then grow into something else later. But I wanted to make sure that you were aware that that request will be coming.
It's definitely needed, and I like the fact that proactive word, we can say that over and over, it's a necessity. So,
It is.
good job.
Thank you.
Okay,
All right.
thank you. All right, the balance should take, it's me and Amy, so we should move it along, and I guess we'll go up and click.
Any breaks? You guys okay still?
I'm still good. Look at Jackie. Jackie,
Jackie wants to do it.
Jackie, you want to take a break?
No, I said I'd love to be the code enforcer part-time if I was retired.
Okay, we'll go through administration and the other miscellaneous departments rather quickly. So here is number 4, Assistant Town Manager. So if you remember in our org assessment, we took a moment and reevaluated what was in this year's budget, the current year. We had an Assistant 2 Town Manager position budgeted this year. And we said, let's reposition that and go with an Assistant Town Manager and a Human Resource Director. And that was not in this year's budget. So we moved the Human Resource Director position up, which is currently under recruitment, and we'll be interviewing in April for that position. We held on the Assistant Town Manager for a moment, so now this position is in next year's budget. I think we have it for full funding. I don't know if we'll have it on board by July 1. Probably need to evaluate that a little bit further. But the goal would be once a Human Resource Director comes in place, we'll get started on that recruitment. That is also the position, if you remember from the org assessment, that will start gathering some duties off what you said JG has a lot of. And we're going to start shifting some of those public works duties and the project management duties over to this position and some other gap duties that we aren't doing, like communications and such, under that person's responsibility, and start working closer on development-related issues that are being done in planning now. So there might be a couple items that are taken out of the planning realm. For instance, planning kind of takes on an entire development when it comes on board, from start to finish. A lot of organizations, planning takes it through start, but then when it comes into implementation, it shifts over to Public Works because they're the ones that inherit the infrastructure, right? And so we'll probably start shifting some of those elements of the inspection of the infrastructure and such that they're, as it gets installed, out of the planning realm and more into the Public Works realm, so that the Public Works is there present when it gets installed and they can know what they're maintaining. So those are the kind of things that we're considering will come into the realm of the Assistant Town Manager. Just a reminder, this is a strategic plan year coming up. We do have some funds to kind of refresh the strategic plan. Last time we did this, we did it right after the new board came on, after the election. I think that's always a good way of doing that. So if we follow that schedule again, you'll be kind of refreshing your strategic plan end of year this year into beginning of next year for about 2 or 3 month period. I don't think it's going to take as much work as we did previously. I think it's a refresher. Make sure it still meets what the new board wants and accomplish. and then go from there. So, and then as you can see, we got that cool electric vehicle. We got 2 PD Impala hand-me-downs up front that I think they sat about 350 days out of 365 days of the past year because we weren't around or doing much getting out and about. We weren't going to Raleigh once or ever. I don't think we went to Raleigh once this last year for any meetings. And we've determined that there really is an efficient use of vehicles. I think we're putting batteries in and such. And why not look at potentially replacing both of them with an electric car for the purposes that we need it for. We really don't have a large staff that needs a car all the time. We can make sure it has signups, but we do need a vehicle to go out and do inspections or planning items or the occasional visits to go to Raleigh or the bank or something like that. And here we have a charging station out here. So we're thinking about, right now we have a budget for electric car.
That would be a Tesla, is that what you?
Yeah. No. You know, and it's kind of challenging because there really isn't any more on the state bid. Typically, that's where you draw your vehicles because they go out and do the mass bids and such, and then you usually get a great price. And right now, they don't have one on there. So we're going to kind of watch and monitor that. But if this is a good idea, we're going to follow through with it. We're going to have it in the budget, and make sure you agree with that too. So.
Check with some of your peers around Wake County towns. I know a lot of them are getting electrical vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I think it's Cary that's getting 2 police electric vehicles for the police department. I don't understand that really, but and I think they're Teslas, I think, but I'm not sure. But you know, maybe they can help you on trying to find something at a good price. You know.
Right.
Those prices came down tremendously, so that's probably why.
Yeah.
Robin, did you have anything you want to add in this budget all much? Is there, we talk about the elections in the future. Anything else that, we're going to do some codification this year? That's the biggest thing with the LDO. Robin will have to take that and codify it and put it in the proper form for updating our ordinance book and such. But other than that, there's not much new administration. Human resources. So this is the first time you'll see this department. We will have soon a human resource director on board. And so we decided it's time to make sure we have an established department for that. Just to a few things that individual we hope will be involved in besides all the daily activities that need to be done by that is also take on responsibility for the pay study update, any of the hirings, anything else we do, and then DEI initiatives. I have kind of asked for an employee team to help bring forth what they would like to see as far as some of the initiatives. We did some good organizational lunch and learns on this topic for the past 2 months. And as we left that and had our last session, a few of them said, we would like to help form what we would like to see the town take on and continue this effort in bringing diversity, inclusion, and equity as a core value of our organization and make sure it's getting accomplished. So that effort started. I have not checked in with them a couple weeks ago. We will bring forth some ideas and help them. But I was very pleased by them saying this is an important value to them, and they believe it's important value to the organization. And so we have some funding here to assist with those initiatives, if it's all the way to an assessment potentially, to any other things that come out of that idea. But I don't have a clear path on that yet. I'm kind of letting the employees help create that for us. In this also, just to remind you, goal 14 and 16 that are cited here are addressing organizational staffing needs, and then most importantly, goal 16 is recruiting and retaining outstanding personnel by creating an innovative culture that values professional development. We're going to continue funding the tuition reimbursement program. We're going to take wider roads and paths and reaches out for our recruitment. We're going to start talking about succession planning, we hope. You've heard that from JG a few times tonight. But we want to continue to talk about how that is and start seeing if we can have this fall under the umbrella of this department and help us more formalize that. And then on Thursday, we kick off a new employee recognition program. So there's been about 8 employees in the organization that have participated in several meetings over the course of the last 2.5 months and have come up with what I think is a great employee recognition program. It's peer-based. So they get to kind of help as employees recognize their peers and make suggestions of who they think are doing excellent in customer service and anything else they do, and make sure they're recognized. There's quarterly recognition opportunities all the way up to then the employee of the year type of thing, all coming from within the peers and the employees. And we kick that off and send that out on Thursday, April 1st.
Is there a monetary component to that?
There is. What was it and how much is it? I'll get that to you. I don't know right now, but yeah, there is some.
I do have a question though. What is communications line? I just feel like it's not on communications. Communication.
Just in general, just in general.
I know
Yeah.
about that too.
Yep. So I don't have the solution quite yet. When I said the gap that I hope the assistant manager is going to help on is that. I still don't know. I don't have the magic formula for it being an employee yet. We have a need, though. I don't have the capacity to address that need necessarily right now. So I'm hoping it's a contractor or something like that where we can get going on much more than we are right now.
Did we discuss that at one point?
We've discussed it a couple times.
I thought that, yeah.
Well, we had the lady that was our,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
but I think one of the weaknesses, this is just my opinion, may not be everybody else, but one of the weaknesses, you know, if we did have someone that kind of concentrated on communications, social communications, and people rely a lot on social media, and we're not one that use it a lot in the town as we see. For example, employee recognition, you know, we should put that out on Facebook and stuff, you know, that, you know, we recognize an employee in a month and all that kind of stuff. And it just takes time to do that. And,
You know, you're right, I'm sorry.
and, you know, but I really think we need to figure out how we are going to do that, because really, I think, you know, I know some towns, you know, we talk to some of them where, you know, they have the person that responds to any kind of social media negativity in a way that, you know, professionally and stuff. And so I think we got to get there in the future, because the people rely so much on that. They're not going to see, you know, anywhere else, you know, we recognize employees unless it's on Facebook, probably.
That's right.
So I remember when Heather was here, she was doing a good job of doing that. She was on there a lot, right? You remember that?
I almost said, let's get Heather.
Yeah.
Just to inform you all a little bit too, because you mentioned we did have that contract employee who was here. She'd started a communications team.
Yeah.
And when she left, that sort of died off. But several of the employees have now gotten together. We now actually have revived that team. And so we've got people from each department who are the main communicators. We get together, we're keeping each other honest, we're meeting on a regular basis. So we're looking at some things already, you know, we're talking about the website, you know, making a couple little tweaks to the website, making sure we're monitoring what the traffic is, what's used, how can we make it better. We're talking about that YouTube channel. You're talking about social media, another good avenue of that. What can we do to make it, make some new videos, do some employee recognition, some employee introductions on our YouTube, and using our connection with East Wake TV to help us produce those videos in a nice professional manner. So we're looking at, we're working on some of these things. You know, and we're talking about it. So I appreciate having the feedback, because we can always take that back to the team and continue working on these together.
So what happened to the old Twitter account? Because I thought she did a lot of stuff, and I think it was Twitter, but I'm not sure. But I
Yeah.
know she was on there a lot.
It's still there, but yeah, I mean, if that's something that's of interest, that's something we can talk about as a team to beef that up and continue and enhance that communication method.
Okay, I wasn't saying necessarily
Yeah.
Twitter, but I just remember I thought I would see her on Twitter, and it could have been something else, but I know she was on one of the platforms quite often.
Actually, we have, so, that kind of leads to an announcement. Do we actually make our announcement yet? But the individual used to do a lot of that, and why we don't see her much?
Well, I just want to say, while you're thinking about that,
Well, we
already said she's on
Yeah.
leave for a few weeks.
we have an announcement. We have a new addition to our town. So one of our employees who's on leave had a baby the other day, and so we just wanted to celebrate that. Yeah.
who was that?
So Kristen is on leave. She is doing well, and her daughter Peyton is doing well. And so everyone's home and doing good, and we're excited that Kristen's taking the time to spend with her family and enjoy these moments. As we all know, when they're young, they're little kids, little problems, right? So we're excited for her. But Kristen has ran the social media platform for the town in that role. And as Katie has come on board up front, she's her backup and is continuing that. So a lot of our programming through social media is pre-scheduled. There's a scheduling out there, and so it kind of pushes when it's supposed to. So we try to be active daily on social media, so you don't want to bombard social media with a ton of posts. People are going to kind of unfollow you or quit tuning in. So we do try to post something daily on that site. So, the more content we get, the more we can post.
But the reality is, team effort is all good, and we recognize, but we do need to move up to a much more accountable, responsible group or individual to do it comprehensively.
And it is time consuming.
Yes. Yes.
But see, if you had something like that, then you could have announced or congratulated Tammy and Robin for being recognized by the chamber for their services to the community. So, but at least the chamber did it.
Should have been tagged with that, though.
Oh, yeah,
That'd been
that's
good.
true. That's true.
Yeah, good, just that way.
But congrats to them
Yeah.
for being recognized then.
But the Twitter page is updated.
Okay.
Stuff out.
Okay, town attorney, quickly.
He's gonna get there and say, I don't have anything to report.
That's a long ways from Walk to say that, huh?
Probably would do that. Dave.
I wanted to keep this short, and so I knocked 30 minutes off my presentation. So this will be 60 even, if you want to hit the first slide.
There it is.
Seriously, we've only had one HIPAA violation this evening. Thank you, JG. And on a more serious note, thank you all. Fox Rothschild appreciates the relationship we have with the town of Rolesville. Fox Rothschild or its predecessor firms going back to Holt York McDarrison High, which is the law firm where I started, have represented the town for close to 20 years. So the arrangement that we have is not uncommon among small to mid-sized towns in North Carolina. The town has a contract with the law firm, and the law firm represents the town. The town charter and state statute require that one of those lawyers be your town attorney, which is yours truly. And so that's the structure that Rolesville has. That is not, it's not unique in the state, but it's also not the only way things are structured. And certainly a legal department internal to the town is something that at some point the town manager might recommend to you. Probably a ways away from that yet. However, given that we've talked about growth and we've talked about additions to staff, I will be introducing to the board in the upcoming fiscal year 2 new attorneys, Erin Catlett and Jessica Green, who are my colleagues in the Raleigh office, who I hope going forward will be folks who you get to know and can call upon for their particular areas of practice. Erin is a real estate and land use lawyer, and Jessica is a litigator. She is currently handling a condemnation case for the town. But it makes sense for you to know the attorneys who have your interests in mind. There are many lawyers at the firm who have done work for the town over the years, and quite often you only get to see me. And that's no one's first choice to see my face as their exclusive option. So know that you have more resources. Know that we have over 900 lawyers in the country and nearly 100 in North Carolina. In conversations with the manager and the finance officer, we do not expect to see an increase in the legal services budget for the upcoming fiscal year.
Let's hold them to that now.
However, that's because we've been a good steward of the budget for a long time. We will be bringing forward to you an updated engagement contract, and that will have a higher hourly rate for all of the attorneys that are engaged by the town directly. That rate has been the same, I think, since 2016, 2017. But again, the budget, we'll make it work. I went to the mayor and the manager last year. I had intended to bring forward a proposal for a new contract last year, but we went to all of our clients and said, we'll hold the line during the COVID. Okay?
So you've been here a year now, right? A little over a year? Have you had your anniversary yet?
I have. January 1.
So January 1, it's been a little over a year. So enjoyed having you. Appreciate you, all the work you've done. And I have to say, speak for myself, you have always been very responsive and called me back, or if I can't get up with you, and that's a big thing. And I think I can say that for all the commissioners. I know some of you have relied, have said to me, that David is responsive. And I think, I think that's a big part of it, is making sure that we know what we're supposed to do and being responsive for that and getting back with us. So appreciate that. Thanks for all you do too, David.
But you're not leaving. You are going to be the attorney here.
I will still be the town attorney.
All right. Can I just say, I want to thank you too, because I know I talked your ear off many times, so I know I added a little bit of extra to the budget, or you need to add a little extra to the budget, and I appreciate the patience that you had in speaking with me, so.
Well, that's why you have the town attorney. That's why it's in your charter. You should call upon the town attorney when you have those questions. Who knows how much cost is avoided when a city council member or a county commissioner goes to their town attorney first rather than later.
But if said council member is occupying more of your time, we could actually vote to bill that person.
He keeps up with that. So he keeps up with who he talks to.
It was to a point where I was like, oh my God, David, I didn't talk today. But it was all resolved, and I appreciate the patience.
My time entry narratives are accurate, but hopefully would never serve to embarrass any member of the board.
That was only that little time frame.
Thank you, David.
Anything else?
Appreciate all you do. Thank you.
Go ahead. Yeah.
He said it depends.
My friends call me Dave.
Wait, what did you say about your mom, though?
My mom called me David, and
Okay.
Hey, Dave. Thanks.
she always let me know she was not my friend. She was my mom.
And that's how we do it. Dave, David.
So we're not your friend, you're not our friend.
Okay, I'm back, so you know we're near the end. Okay, governing board. As we've mentioned a couple times, there's some new structure. So you've seen some things move around, like the chamber's going to show up now in community and economic development. And we moved some other things around. So some new things are showing up in the governing board budget. And that includes the East Wake TV partnership and the community group funding. So you'll see those in that budget. Fall election is coming up, so we need to make sure funds are there for that. And I'm sorry for everybody on this side of the room, we do have new monitors in the budget for next year, okay? And then finally, continued work on the regional issues. We've talked a little bit about that, but obviously something we'll want everybody to continue working on as we go forward. Okay, Finance Department. Biggest thing in our department this year, frankly, is technology. This year, current year that we're in, we did start working on a financial software implementation and purchase and acquisition of that. It's very important we get it right, so we want to make sure we hit all the right markers there, but we are hopeful we'll have that rolled out before the end of this current fiscal year, so hopefully by June of this year.
And may I pause on that? That's a big deal. I don't want to lose that one. Your support for that, and then the department's ability to implement is really going to make, hopefully, this organization that much better. It'll be a big deal, and it's taking their time, too. So I just want to thank you and your department for everything you're doing to get that implemented.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a team effort. Everybody in the department is hands-on and learning the new system. And it is a big part of that preparing for change, because it helps move us to that paperless system and a more efficient processing. Associated with that, I know there was a question recently about the police department server. A very observant citizen asked a question. I appreciate that somebody actually read the monthly report. But the question was about moving away from hard servers into cloud-based technology. So that new financial system is a good step in that direction for us, because this new system is cloud-based. But there are other things that are on the server and here in Town Hall we need to transition moving off of. And we're going to be working towards that over this next year, because the server here is due for replacement. And so our goal is to not have to replace it with a full server, but to replace it with a smaller storage device. But we are putting funds in the budget just in case that's not possible. If we've got some programs on that server that we're just not cloud ready, because it can be a big transition, just like police department talking about having to redo all of their cameras before they can move in that direction. We may get into this server and find there's some critical piece that we're just not ready to do. So the server is due for replacement. We're hoping we can go to the more cloud-based solution. Associated with that, as you move to cloud-based systems, it's really important you have an excellent connection to the internet. And so we're looking at implementing fiber service here at Town Hall and the police department beginning next year. It'll be a duplication to what we have now, because one of the recommendations from our IT consultant is that you have duplicated connectivity. So if your main line goes down, you can still operate on that lower speed, but at least you've got it and you have connectivity. And finally, we're looking at replacing the town's phone system. The system we're on now is no longer supported by the manufacturer. When we get new phones for new staff, they're reconditioned phones. It's time. And there's more technology-based solutions. We really realized this with the pandemic, with people working remote and trying to get their line to ring on a cell phone. We want to find something where we leverage current technology that's cheaper and better.
Is it voice over IP or no?
We do not currently. It is a
Town Hall
traditional.
phones do crash, so.
Yeah, it's a traditional landline. So we've got a lot of work to do over the next year to look at replacing that. And then I just wanted to talk about customer service. We added customer service up front. And as the organizational study mentioned, that's the start of that administrative pool. We're going to try this shared administrative pool. So far, it's been great. The employee there has been, I think, helped most departments to some degree or another, and that's really working out well. So I just want to say thank you for that, and we're going to continue working on that. No new resources, but definitely something that's on our radar. Okay, the last thing I want to mention is, again, we mentioned that we're talking about fire unification over the coming months, but that is a big part of the town's operating budget. So we wanted to make sure that we spend some time dedicated to talking about the funds in the budget for next year. And this is the start of a longer conversation. There's a lot of education, I think, to be going on here, but this will get us started.
On the fire department, are we giving them 10 pennies? Is
Is that the number? So I'm trying to
So-
figure it out. You said we get, what was it, 130-some thousand per penny or something?
135,000 penny. So
So they're less than 10 pennies then?
that's right, because, so we still call it the 10 cents, because it's been 10 cents for so long.
Right.
We all just refer to it as 10 cents. But last year's property revaluation, right, just like your old 48 cents became less because the values went up. We had to do that same calculation for the 10 cents. So 10 is really 9.17.
9.17.
Yeah, but we still call it 10 cents.
So is that, what's the word I'm looking for? So is that the final say-so on this, or we're still talking about that?
So what I'm telling you tonight is what we have traditionally budgeted.
Okay.
Okay, and that we have reserved that same traditional budgeting concept in the proposed working budget, right, at this moment.
So let me just say, I'm not saying that for any other reason, but just to ask. So I'm not saying not to do it or to do it, I just wanted to know.
Yep,
Okay.
yep. So talking a little bit about where the department gets its revenues, the rural fire department. They are funded primarily from the town and from Wake County. And just as you said, the town has typically given them a proportion of the tax rate, the 10 cents, 9.17. And the town gives them that proceeds, that revenue, in 3 categories: 70% to operating, 20% to capital, and 10% goes to the ladder truck that was purchased several years ago. For FY '22, that proportion of the tax rate comes to approximately $1.2 million.
So that was operating capital and what else?
Operating, capital, and ladder truck.
Thank you. Sorry, Ronnie.
Yeah, I had heard that the ratio between us and Wake County was like 52, 53 to 47, 48. But it looks like on this chart it's actually higher than that.
55, 45 minimally.
It looks like it's more than that on this chart.
We get to go back. I remember, I'm just going off the top of my head, this study.
Yeah, I was just looking at the chart.
I don't know what this chart says.
It keeps increasing.
Yeah,
Because we keep growing.
Yes. Yes.
I'm just looking at the blue
And-
line.
And so, yeah, and that where it may help to, when we talk about how Wake County distributes their funding, is they have a cost share calculation. So there is a unified fire tax district in all of the unincorporated areas of the county. Okay, so anything that's not in a municipality, I think it's 7 cents. It's charged to all those areas. And so the county collects that 7 cents from all over, and then they allocate it out to all these other departments that serve unincorporated areas. Okay, so that's where the county share comes from. It's that unified fire tax district.
They distribute out proportionally to how
Proportionally.
big your
So, and then what they do is they request a line item budget from the departments. They review it, finalize it, and then they apply their cost share percentage to that budget. Now, the cost share percentage, getting into way more deep than I planned to, their cost share percentage is based on a variety of factors. The number of calls for service answered by that department in that area, the property valuation in that area, the population in that area, and I think there's probably 2 or 3 more that I can't think of off the top of my head. That's how they come up. It's a very complicated formula. They come up with that cost share percentage. So because the town is growing, right, and the county, the overall district Rolesville responds to is the same, but the town is becoming a bigger piece of it. Like Commissioner Wilson is saying, the town's getting more and more of the cost of operating the department. So anyway, like I said, this is just sort of the first dip into the water.
And we did get the, today, Chief Privet sent us the county budget that's being considered, and they are reducing Rolesville because of that formula Amy just indicated. So we continue to see reduction.
Tim, your reduction of what now?
Reduction of county
County
funds.
Yeah, it's not reducing a lot. I mean, because really, people are not moving out of the county.
No.
It's mostly new people's moving into in our fire district. And the ones that are moving in are moving into town, they're not moving in the county most of the time.
So that's where the service comes
But,
from.
Yeah.
but our fire district extends beyond the city limits.
Yeah, I know.
And the ETJ. I mean, our fire district,
Yeah.
we're covering with one station as much or more than Wake Forest is covering with 4 stations.
How
And that's-
populated is it?
Yeah, it's scary.
I do have another question. Do you know how many years are left on that truck, on the ladder truck? And,
It's close. I want to say it's another year or two.
Yeah, I was told at the last meeting, it was right at 2 years.
so with the extra funds that are going to them based on the population, more money doesn't go towards paying off the ladder truck earlier?
My understanding is that they are, anything that's, so we send them 10%, goes to ladder truck. Anything above the ladder truck payment, my understanding is they are maintaining that in a separate account for some future capital needs.
And a lot of it, from what I was told, is for future stations.
Just to, I want to do a quick, brief update where we are on things too,
Please.
just to kind of get you prepared. So I should have by end of next week, if not earlier, a proposal. It's just going to be a one-page proposal on how we're going to proceed on this unification discussion. I drafted this start. The fire district, I'm waiting for them, the fire department, waiting for them to comment formally back and add or modify what they want. But the county is also agreed to be a part of this and has great desire to be a part of this. They want the unification. And in fact, so much so that in my draft proposal, I had a date proposed of, for instance, 12/1 of 22. The county is pushing for 7/1/22. So I need everybody's full attention on this very soon, because it's going to absorb you to get through this. And we'll have to kind of talk how we go through this, but if that's even doable, and if that's insistent on the county, I think it's, but that is full-on unification, full-on. So I just want to give you prep. That's 13 months out.
Would they still continue to fund the firehouse if they're under the purview of the town?
I think they would, yes.
Yeah,
There would still be some participation,
From the
yes.
county?
Yes.
Yeah, they would still fund the people that's not in town. It's just like they're doing now.
Oh,
So, they would still collect that. I was thinking it was 8%, but it may have reduced it to 7.
It could be, yeah.
They still collect that 8 cents or 7 cents every year. And would now, by that formula, go to Rolesville Fire Department. Now, I kind of hear from Wake County, not from Wake County, but I think from some of the other municipalities that has joined, did the merger, which is Wake Forest and Nightdale, that in that formula that, that you're talking about, the way it's built in, towns get a little bit more than rural fire departments because of the benefits and stuff. So, it's, in other words, it goes up a little bit because of benefits and things that are built in that formula.
Yeah.
So in theory, they would pay us more
to
than
have
they
them
pay
under us,
the fire
than to have
department
the,
because of the benefits that we would.
In theory.
all righty.
Okay. So I don't know, I just hope that we get proposals done soon. I hope that we need an agreement. So that's really what the proposals for. How do we get to an agreement? And the date I put out there is that the date would be what we base agreement on. So we're going to spend some time on that. And then if we reach an agreement on a date, then we have to follow all those steps to meet that date. So really, I need you all to be thinking, help, participate, and think about how best we can do that, because we'll need to be fully engaged in it as we go, and I will be too, quite frankly. I've seen the best model is there is active participation from the town leadership, and employees and volunteers in the department too. So they all get it, everybody's part of this, and the county. So it's almost like a 5 kind of group member effort to try and get this done. So anyway, so I don't know if we're gonna have any money in the budget. My recommendation is for this year's budget, again, it's up to you, how much time you want to spend on their budget, knowing that we now are on a potential unification clock. And you're going to probably really learn this fast, just through that effort, and we need to learn that fast. So, but I don't know how much time we want to do all that learning in the next 2 months while we're going to try and just figure out how we're going to get there. But that's, I'll leave that up to you all. So stay tuned. We're coming.
All right, that was it for the operating budget. Just want to remind everybody of our key takeaways, that long-term plan for capital. I hope you saw, I think we hammered it pretty good, how consistent these requests are with the strategic plan and the organizational study. And then we have that outstanding item of the pandemic and some potential funding. Final question, is there anything we missed? Is there anything you were expecting to see that you did not?
Just a couple questions. Are you proposing to maintain the tax rate the same?
At this time, when we're putting together a proposed budget, our intent is to keep the tax rate the same, as well as that solid waste fee.
And I guess the part of that is, last year, instead of going down to 4 that was neutral, we kept 2, and one of the 2 had to do with pandemic, unknowns of pandemic. So are we going to still keep one as a pandemic thing, or, in other words, what we're going to do with that 1 penny that we kept last year? Do we have a thought about that?
I'll let you know in 3 weeks.
I was going to say, there's a lot of cost to where you go.
I think to answer the first half of that question is, I don't think so regarding the pandemic. I think that's what the American Recovery Plan is going to be all about.
And if we don't, then it could be used for some of this other
Yes.
stuff.
And if I can build on what Kelly was talking to us about, and I'm glad he did in the way he did, as far as the fire department, I agree 100% that we need to just concentrate on the budget without considering the fire merger, because we don't have enough information yet. And it's going to be a while before we have enough information to make an informed decision on what to do in regard to this unification. I mean, you guys haven't even seen a balance sheet to show you the assets that you would be inheriting, along with the liabilities. And the liabilities aren't that much, but a lot of the assets are restricted funds for future use, equipment, fire trucks, as well as for a station, and actually 2 stations. But there's so much that you've got to be made aware of before you can even make a decision.
Well, I thought, did they agree to pay for all the, I guess, next future studies and stuff?
thought they did.
Did they agree to pay?
That's why I don't know if I'm 100% can answer that.
They did not
Equivocal,
at the time. In fact, the last meeting, it was mentioned to me that they wished that we would have spoken with them before we said you were going to pay for all of this. It's not a deal breaker, but they were concerned.
I thought they threw that out on the table. Somebody did.
I thought so too.
I remember us talking about it.
One person approached me.
Because I don't think we should have done that either, but I thought that was.
And said that we wished that our board would have asked their board if they were okay with that. but I don't remember them saying that they would pay for it at the last meeting.
But I didn't think we said they had to. I thought that was a request that we were making to move forward, to ask that.
Well, they
That was part of
interpreted,
the, part of the negotiation.
they interpreted it as, well, we saying that they had to pay for it.
I didn't think it was
I
that.
thought it came
that
up on one of
exact.
them video calls that, when they was pushing it so hard, that they said that they would cover it and stuff.
Yeah, well, they have been pushing hard, but right now, it is believed that we've lost two people,
Well-
2 out of the 11.
Yeah, I would say, Kelly, just make sure you're talking to whoever you talk to over there.
Spence Jones is the chair, and I think Kelly is doing a great job in staying in touch with Spence and with Rodney.
Do they have a full board now that they replaced?
No, they have not replaced
Okay, Joe.
him yet. I don't want to talk about that right now because
Okay, no, that's
I think
fine.
it involves personnel. I think we need to go into executive session to talk about it, but I'll need some direction from our town attorney and from Kelly before we go further on that.
My only question was that they fill that seat. That was it.
Okay,
No
they
more
have not
details.
filled that seat.
All righty.
I just want to loop back around real quick on the economic development for Wake County. We had talked about shovel-ready sites, and now I remember because I looked it up. They talked to us about shovel-ready sites, but they also said they are looking for, the program is still in place, but they're looking where you can develop jobs. So a part of it is what they're focused on, like, for example, if someone can create 8,000 jobs in an area, right? Then those are the projects that they want to get behind. So we did talk to someone from there. Remember, we had that discussion. I had to jog my memory, but yes, so that is still a program in place, but it's about creating jobs for your community, and they will assist in that regard.
Yeah, the Pine Grove place that's moving out, is Michael Lee? Michael, is any talk what they want to do with that, or?
They are still thinking about it. They've purchased a location in Zebulon, and they don't know yet whether this existing location will still be operational in some capacity, maybe not as at full capacity as it has been in the past, or it might, they've expressed an interest in maybe just having it be warehousing with product, so we just might not see as many trucks go back and forth there. And they've also mentioned maybe selling it at some point, so they're considering all their options right now, and I think they don't know which way they want to go exactly.
And what made me think of that when you was talking about jobs and people, I know Wake Forest is real proud, and they've been advertising, I can't think of the name of it, maybe The Landing or something like that. Is it The Landing? Which is an old warehouse-type building down there that they've had, this group is coming in, and what it is just a place for people to work. It's a large, place. You can run a business out of there, I guess, like a plumbing business or something, I'm not really sure, but that would be an idea if you want to create jobs,
8,000.
I think it deserves some conversation. That facility deserves some of your thoughts. Single-handedly, it is our largest stormwater polluter in town. It needs to be kept more. And if they're not committed here, then I think we need to think about what do we want there, and how do we work with them on it. So, just some thought somewhere down the line.
Very good. Good presentations. Thanks to staff. Any questions from the board? Any last comments from any of the board members?
I don't think Amy's done.
And are we voting on this? I know we're coming back.
Here we go.
Oh, April, I'm
So,
sorry.
yep,
No.
so one last slide, sorry, we're almost done. This is it, I promise. April 20th meeting, we intend to deliver the budget. There'll be some time reserved, I believe, during that agenda for some more informal discussion, if there's any other issues remaining. Public hearing for May 5th, and then it's up to you after that. You just need to adopt before July 1st.
Gotcha. Good.
So yeah, you'll see, you'll start to connect the numbers a little bit more. We won't spend nearly as much time. On May 5th, I want you to be ready, so I don't know if you may want to wait and take some public input, spend more time on the budget, and then whenever you're ready, before July 1, right, to adopt, so.
That's it, thank you.
Any other thing?
I don't know, April, you can ask something.
I just said Amy wasn't finished.
Oh.
I am now.
All right, motion to adjourn.
All right,
Second.
second. Is there a second? Who's seconded?
I did, yeah.
There's been a motion, a second, any other discussion? Not all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thanks for all your time, appreciate it.
Thank you. Let me ask you something.